Well, the good news is things seem to be holding steady for now as far as my connection is concerned. I also seem to be coming through loud and clear from the audio side of things as well, so fingers crossed that everything stays nice and stable throughout the entire stream today, and we don't have a repeat of the other day. So, hello everybody. I hope you're all enjoying your Saturday morning or evening or whatever part of the world that you happen to be in right now. I, for one, am very hopeful that this time around, I'm going to have a much more successful stream with Higurashi Bus Stop. I was only able to get in, like, what, maybe 20 minutes worth of actual content or something like that at the most before my stream ended up crapping on me a few days ago. So, within that little time frame here, I think I'm able to get a bit of a feel for what we're going to be in for with Bus Stop in regards to what we can generally expect. And I mean, can't really say I'm surprised. I mean, it's basically as advertised. It's just another version of the original concept of Higurashi When They Cry. So we've got to meet a few characters that we're already pretty familiar with, but are different versions than the ones we're used to. Namely, Mion and Rika. And well, there are a few differences between these versions of those characters and the ones that we're already familiar with from the rest of the canon series. And honestly, I'm kind of interested to learn a little bit more about them, even though it's going to be a pretty short affair, because from what I understand, Bus Stop is only a few hours long here if you count out any pauses between me yapping. So it's probably going to be maybe a 4 or 5 hour affair for me. So hopefully we can one-shot this whole thing. So, with all that being said, let's go ahead and get things started again, shall we? Now, I may need to take a bathroom break here shortly as we get into this here, and well, we'll see how long I can hold it in. Oh yeah. I almost forgot. I might as well give a quick update too on what's going on with me. And well, the situation I've outlined in the not my last community post, but the one before that. It's still everything relating to the whole ID system that YouTube and other places like that are trying to implement right now. It's still a rapidly evolving situation. But on the YouTube side of things specifically, based on my own understanding of things as they currently are now, YouTube is going to implement a two-option system that they're going to use in order to allow the users to verify that they are over the age of 18 if they are using the service. The first one is giving them access to either a credit card or a government-issued ID, so they can make a copy of that here and put that in their data banks. And well, understandably, I'm sure you can understand why I'm not. Well, I got a little repetitive. I'm sure you guys can understand why I'm very reluctant at the idea of handing such information to a freaking company like Google of all companies, along with pretty much any other third-party tech company or anything like that in general for that matter, because they're very prone to security breaches, and the last thing I want is to make it super easy for some criminals to get access to all my compromising identification information and either make deepfakes of me or to commit identity theft or God knows what else. The other option I have available is relying on YouTube's own AI system in order to try to guesstimate my age based on the content that I watch, that I like, that I search for, the content I put out, listening to my voice. So, in other words, option B is I have to basically do nothing and let YouTube use their AI systems to monitor every single little thing that I say or do, and pray to God that it comes to a conclusion on its own that I'm actually over the age of 18. Because if I don't qualify according to this AI, then the only recourse I'll have available is to give YouTube access to a credit card or government ID in order to verify my age at that point. And if that happens, well, I'm probably just going to say screw it, and either try to set up shop somewhere else, like maybe Rumble or something. Or if that doesn't work, and if places like Rumble or anywhere else I may think of trying to set up shop also starts requiring that I give some kind of identification of that sort, then I might just have to throw in the towel on this whole thing altogether, which I really do not want to do. I can't stress that enough. If things end up coming to that, it would certainly be against my will, but I do not trust these companies to keep my personal information safe. There's a lot. I've already seen a lot of precedent over the years over how unsecure these companies' security databases are. Yeah. I'm not going to go too deeply into it here, so yeah. Anyway, this on the YouTube side of things, the AI option or the ID option is supposed to go into effect on either August 13th or 14th, one of those days in particular. So I do have some time here to consider my options on the YouTube side of things, at least, before this policy goes into effect. So what I'm going to, but I've already made that decision, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just let YouTube's AI system do its thing and just pray that it doesn't flag me as an under 18 or something like that. Which I would be shocked if it did, considering the content I put out on the channel myself and everything else I've ever done with this channel for as long as I've had it. But this is YouTube's AI system we're talking about, so anything could go wrong as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, long story short, it's a wait and see thing for me right now in regards to what's going to end up happening. I'm just going to pray to God that nothing happens to me or the channel or anything once August 13th or 14th rolls around, and that a few weeks may pass or month or what have you, and on YouTube's side of things at the very least, I'll be able to continue making content as normal without having to really do anything. Everywhere else, though, on the other hand, well, that's another issue. Those are wholly separate issues I'm gonna have to weigh my options on too. But that's a wholly different discussion. Anyway, I just wanted to give that quick little update to you guys in regards to what's going on with me in the channel. And right now, and yeah, again, it's just a wait and see thing with me right now. I'm hoping for the best, but I'm gonna try to keep my options open as much as I can. Push comes to shove, I may have to make some hard choices here on which sites I may need to give up, and other ones I can't live without. So enough of that depressing stuff. Let's get to the more fun stuff now at last, shall we? Anyway, looks like the connection is still holding out okay, which is a good sign. The scene is set deep within the mountains of a certain region, where there is a bus stop on the outskirts of a village. The Hinamizawa Bus Stop. It is a lonely place, devoid of people, with hardly any private homes nearby. Rain is pouring outside, and a gloomy mood hangs over the area. That bus stop is a stand made from crude wood that only just barely keeps out of the rain. Inside, there is a bench only wide enough for 3 people, and 2 town bulletin boards. The bulletin boards hold posters, including one concerning a national census and one about donations to the village festival. The poster that stands out the most, however, is the one reading "Oppose the Hinamizawa Dam Project," made by the residents protesting it. So this was something I noted in the original stream I tried to host for this here, because it looks like the timeline for Bus Stop takes place during the events of the Hinamizawa Dam protests themselves. So when we take that little timeline into account, Mion, Rika, and all the other characters were much younger around the time were much younger around the time those events within the canon storyline actually take place. But here, as we see with Mion and Rika, which we'll get to in just a minute, they actually seem to be at a comparable age to their canon counterparts in the present day. Just figure that's a little detail that's worth noting. Two young students, Mion and Rika, approach the empty Hinamizawa bus stop, with only the sound of rain to be heard. And here's Mion. And Rika.
手荷物なんかあったら盛大に遊べないじゃないですか。ママ、降ってきちゃったのは仕方ないってことで。でも、すごい降りね。やむといいんだけど。
Well, if push comes to shove, you can always use Mion herself as an umbrella.
大丈夫、大丈夫。人類の歴史始まって以来、止まなかった雨と昇らなかった太陽はありませんって。なんか私、かっこいいことを言っちゃった？
I don't know about cool, but it is certainly a very optimistic way of looking at things, if nothing else.
笑いで死ねたらあなた、もう死んでるわね。笑い死ねたらそれこそ本望ってもんすよ。はしゃぎすぎだってば。大丈夫？すんません。でも喜んでくれてよかった。こんなに楽しんでもらえるなんて思わなかったわ。いや、今日は本当にそれこそもうしっちゃかめっちゃかむっちゃくちゃに楽しかったです。いやー、本当もう。
Eden Hazard 98, welcome to the stream. Stop laughing. Well, hey, you're welcome to turn her into a pile of ashes if you want. I won't stop you.
悪い気はしないけどね。その、なんて言うんですかね。私ってほら、こういう性格じゃないですか。
You know, if you told me that you worked as a birthday party clown as a side job, I'd totally believe you, given how much you like to laugh.
いつも一人で騒いで外しまくって。リカさんも私のことうるさいやつだと思ってんだろうなーって思ってたんですよ。私はミオンのことをうるさいなんて思ったことはないわよ。いつもの騒がしいあなたが好きよ。
She has a high laughing tolerance, if nothing else. I'll give her that.
だからリカさんの方から遊びに行こうって誘ってくれた時、ものすごく嬉しかったんですよ。
Now that she mentions it again, I'm actually given what the impression I'm getting of Rika's personality here. I'm surprised that Rika is the one that invited Mion out, because if anything, you think it'd be the other way around, because Rika seems to be a much more diligent person compared to this Mion. But then again, didn't somebody say something to that? Doesn't Mion herself say something to that effect in just a minute? I kinda forgot already.
やっぱり学校サボって遊びに行こうなんてよくなかったかしら。
She laughed more than Ushi, I swear. Well, yeah, she does, but I think the issue I have with her laughter is it lacks the same charm as Ushi's laugh. So therefore it's more grating to listen to, especially because of how frequently she does it. But maybe that's just me. Although, to be fair, this was before I even got to really understand Ushi as a character, and this was way back when we were doing the first few arcs. I was kind of suspicious of the guy and thought that he may have been a nefarious actor, so I initially found his laughter to be a bit on the creepy side. But then I gradually grew to, you know, get accustomed to it and then like it even when I realized he's actually not such a bad guy. He's just a big old seeker of justice. This one, on the other hand, she's not creepy. Not by my standards, anyway. Just lustful. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, so I did remember this. Ushi is cool. He is an A tier for me. Yeah, me too. Although I'll have to get more knowledgeable about mahjong before I can stand to well, read him play another game of it. That one little segment in one of the arcs that we did not too long ago, that was just a real pain for me to sit through because I do not know how to play mahjong. But if nothing else, I can definitely appreciate his love for the game. Although Yakuza 0 does have a mahjong minigame in it here, and I'm kind of in the middle of doing a little bit of a completion thing on my own time with that one, so I may have to learn how to play mahjong on my own time sooner or later in order to continue with that. So who knows? Maybe somewhere down the road, if you know, things with YouTube side of things here don't end up going down in flames for me. Maybe there'll come a point to where I'll know how to play mahjong, and my future knowledge on that game may come in handy for something. You never know. He is passionate for a game I know nothing about. Exactly. Mion draws close to her with an ominous grin. Don't you mean lustful? Because I know what's coming. And it's definitely not Mion. Rika inches back on the bench, trying to get away from her. Metal Wolf ZX, welcome to the stream. As you can see, number 1, Yuri, and number 2, we're trying the bus stop arc again, and so far it looks like my connection is faring a lot better this time around than it did last time, so I'm still keeping my fingers crossed that it will continue to hold up this way all throughout today's stream. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day today. All things considered, despite my anxieties over, you know, the whole YouTube thing, the whole censorship campaign going on, and all the other wacky stuff I mentioned in the community post from the day before, I think I'm doing pretty okay right now. Again, hopefully you are too. I'm pretty sure I made this joke in the last stream as well, but welcome to the world of Yuri. It is slippery when wet. And hey, it's raining. It fits, right?
二人の邪魔をする者は現れないってことですよね。しかも今日は雨だからね。雨ですから。
As Mion prepares to launch herself on Rika, two men, Tonigawa and Arakawa, appear. Mion hastily moves away from Rika.
いやー、助かった助かった。
And she's been cuck-blocked. Although, in her case, maybe cunt block is more of a proper analogy. Pardon my French. But I mean, hey, in my defense, given how much of a nanny state the whole platform is turning into, I may not have much longer here to be explicit with my language. For all I know, I could get in trouble just for saying the C word one day.
本当にひどい雨になっちゃいましたね。
Might as well abuse the privilege while I have it, you know?
雨ですから。
いやいや、おっしゃる通りですね。荒川君、次のバスは何時に来るんだい？
Speaking of what, I need a drink.
小1時間は来ないですね。ついさっき行っちゃったばかりみたいです。こんな
雨ですから。
私ら何かしましたかね？
You denied the poor lady a chance to act on her urges. Truly, she is suffering right now, can't you tell?
ここしばらく風呂入ってないからな。匂うかな？
お邪魔が入っちゃって残念。隙見てあいつらすまきにするっす。リカさん、続きはその後ってことで。そうね。本当にやったらいいわよ。許してあげる。
Wait a minute. Are you saying you'll forgive Mion if she buries these two gentlemen? Or if she continues to try to have her way with you? I'm a bit confused here, milady. I need some clarification. Mion glares at both men with a suspicious, burning look. Both Tonigawa and Arakawa feel forced to take a step backward.
お嬢さん方、やっぱり匂うかい？
匂いますよ。
ほら、だから言ったじゃないですか。大酒飲むと体臭に出ちゃうんですよ。
That happens with just about anybody. I mean, your body's gotta expel all the extra water somehow.
そんなに匂う？私、わかんないけど。
The thumbnail for this stream looks hella sus. Yeah, that's because it kinda is. And it's the only CG image I have to work with, and so far, unless this arc decides to give me another one. And number two, it's also very eye-catching. And that's probably the primary reason why I'm perfectly fine with using it, even if another one shows up. Unless it manages to somehow be even more eye-catching than this one. So hey, whatever works. Yeah, I'm pretty shameless when it comes to this stuff, can you tell?
匂いますよ。プンプンじゃないですか。
ね？男にだって身だしなみは必要なんですよ。もう。
今度から気をつけるよ。だけど、あの子が言うほど匂ったりはしないだろう？
This whole conversation stinks.
私は何にも匂わないけど。
私もあんまりわからないですね。
匂いますよ。見てわかりませんかね。見て。こんな人気のないところに怪しい二人組がやってくるなんて。理由は一個しかないに決まってるじゃないですか。
Is it the same reason that you tried to come here with Rika, by any chance?
理由って？
Rika buries her fist into Mion's stomach without a moment's pause. Mion curls up and falls silent after that. I'm going to assume that my guess was actually right on the money.
気にしないでください。この子はちょっとおかしいんです。
Crazy, horny, what's the difference?
リカさん、すっげえ痛いんですけど、このお腹の中には私とリカさんの赤ちゃんがいるんですよ。
You into fudas or something, Mion? Damn. You're freaky. Mion, Rika wraps her arm around Mion's neck and strangles her in her armpit. Careful now. If you get her, if her nose gets stuck there, it might arouse her even more.
このまま落としてもいいのかしら？リカさん、痛いっす。それマジで痛い。
There are people that are into that sort of thing, you know, I'm just saying. And so far, Mion has given me the impression she probably would be, unironically.
なんだかとっても仲良しさんみたいだね。
And also, I mean, hey, she was talking an awful long time about this gentleman's smell, so maybe she's got a smell fetish too.
お友達なんてとんでもない。私とリカお姉様はそれ以上の。
She's even using the Sama honorific. She's head over heels over Rika, that's for damn sure. Rika immediately slams her fist into Mion's stomach again. I guess, I must say, I don't think I've ever encountered a character, well, maybe I shouldn't say I've never seen a character in all of Higurashi that's been this much of a literal punching bag. But it's probably been a long time since I've seen anybody here receive this many blows here for... Actually, wait, now that I think about it, I think Chisato is actually the closest equivalent to what I'm seeing here now in regards to physical retaliation for unwanted sexual advances. Holy shit. This version of Mion is Chisato. Or is it the other way around? Because Chisato technically came after. This time, Mion hits the ground.
お友達です。私はリカ。フルでリカ。この子はミオン。園崎ミオン。
ああ、どうも。私は利根川と申します。こっちは荒川くん。ちなみに彼はまだ独身なんですよ。
利根川さん、余計なこと言わないでくださいよ。
荒川さんはご趣味とご職業は何ですか？
ほら来たぞ。かっこよく答えなきゃ。
趣味はスキーなんかを少々。職業はですね。
建設省。河川局の方ですね。ダム計画の。
Well, that turned awkward real fast. Well, a different kind of awkward than what we were just dealing with, but you know what I mean.
ご存知でしたか？
へえ、リカさんよくわかりますね。いわゆるあれですか？簡単な推理も何も。そんな格好して歩いてるのはダム計画の関係者だけよ。
Interesting. So this version of Arakawa is not a journalist, editor / journalist in a rag magazine, but is actually a member of the Dam Construction Project.
おっしゃる通りですよ。名探偵さんには感服しました。改めて自己紹介しましょう。この4月に砂防部傾斜地保全課から参りました。建設省河川局都市河川の利根川です。
Seeking handshake.
同じく都市河川の荒川です。
Well, I guess it's a different way to handle non-verbal narration.
同じくわかりませんの園崎です。
Seeking handshake from Rika.
同じくわかんないのはあんたの脳みそよ。
She's persistent, I'll give her that. A moment of silence passes. Rika makes no attempt to shake the hands offered to her.
握手なんかすると思う？ひなみざわを滅ぼそうとする人間と。
これは手厳しい。
握手なんかすると思う？ひなみざわを汚そうとする人間と。
That's just you saying that you're being redundant, Rika. You're repeating yourself. Kinda.
これは手厳しい。
ひなみざわにダムなんて許さない。
Ignoring Mia and staring at the other two.
ひなみ川にダムは必要なんです。下流地域の利水と治水事業にこの上なく貢献できるでしょ
ダメ。
ダムで発電できる電力も重要です。最大35万キロワットの大電力は日本の高度経済成長の追い風となります。
ダメ。
ダムの地域開発効果も無視することはできません。地元はもちろん沿線各都市の産業文化の向上に大いに貢献するでしょう。
Yeah, okay, but how exactly is she, a resident of Hinamizawa, supposed to benefit from this here when this very project requires that her entire home be destroyed? Yeah, I know in the canon story here that what they try to do here is they try to buy off the villagers and then just resell them elsewhere by giving them a pile of cash and other little do-goodies like that in order to try to persuade them. But unless you're doing something like that here, then yeah, I mean, what reason would she have to care? And even then, a home is a home. And if you put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into it here, it doesn't. Most people are not going to be going to be willing to give something like that up that easily. Even if you offered them a large pile of money or some other little thing to try to convince them to part ways with it. It's just one of those things that most people are attached to, you know?
ダメ。
Mion remains frozen, looking for a handshake. You could always shake your own hand if you want one bad enough, you know. Exasperated, Rika shakes her hand. Never mind. You got what you wanted. Mion is silently overjoyed. I bet you are.
どんな綺麗事を並べたってひなみざわをダム湖に沈める理由になんかならない。
もちろんお気持ちはわかります。ですが、ひなみ沢はダム工事に有利な条件をいくつも持っているのです。
Of course we understand how you feel. We just don't really care because it's for the greater good. Yeah, she did indeed give in, Eden. She gave in. She fed the
地
troll.
形条件です。ひなみ沢はひなみ川の川幅が極端に狭まった場所で、しかも岩盤は花崗岩。ダムの設置場所としては最高の条件なのです。
それで
電気の需要中心地に近く、送電ロスが少ないことも重要です。先ほど申し上げた通り、最大の発電力は35万キロワット。
これは一昔前の四国全土の消費電力量にあたります。
それで
貯水効率の高さも上げられます。南沢ダムの場合、貯水効率は200。
これはダム体積の200倍にあたります。
I really don't think she gives a crap about all the numbers and statistics that you're giving her, gentlemen.
それで
つまり、南沢にダムを築けば水位が上がり、ダム湖としては全長30キロ以上のものになります。
これは東京から大宮までの距離にあたります。
それで
Okay, seriously, this conversation isn't really going anywhere. Come on, gentlemen.
骨材の調達の利便性も重要です。南沢ダムには容積150万立方メートルの骨材が必要と計算されています。
これは 丸ビル6杯分に当たります。
ついでに温泉旅行が当たります。
Hot springs.
それで
Rika turns and glares at Mion. Duly noted. This version of Rika is not a fan of hot springs. I'm joking. She stomps even closer to Mion, who has just interrupted their serious discussion.
当たったらいいななんて。
Yeah, it's so serious that that Rika is demonstrating her proficiency in one-word sentences.
それで
Seriously, is that your favorite word or something? Are you actually a Pokemon and your Pokemon name is So?
普通はペアでご招待なんですよね。当たったら一緒に行きましょうね。温泉。
Rika has a weak vocab. Yeah, I will say her argumentative skills are clearly not as developed as her canon counterparts are. I'll definitely say that much.
それで
Come on, can't you say something else?
温泉いたら背中の流しっこしましょうね。で、出たら浴衣で卓球。それで
Well, we got 3 extra O's in this one, so technically it's a different word. Also, I like the little angry emoticon thing on her forehead.
その後は窓から河原の花火大会を眺めて、いい雰囲気に盛り上がってきたところでふと絡みつく私の指。リカさんは恥じらいつつも身を委ね。
Rika rapidly closes in on Mion, and the two exit the scene while screaming her usual line. The two from the Ministry of Construction stand there dumbstruck, unable to understand what was happening. Yuri is happening, gentlemen. Yuri. One-sided Yuri, but Yuri all the same. Well, these two do at least, if nothing else. Can't say what the rest of Hinamizawa's population in this version of the story is like.
ちょっと違うんじゃないですかね。
Bang! Thud! Several more sounds of blows pass. The two ministry men look at each other in shock. Afterwards, Rika returns to the scene, smacking her hands clean.
とにかくダムは反対よ。
Rika lives everything inside, apparently. Yeah, I'd say that seems pretty accurate.
暴力はいかん。
Both men back away while holding each other.
いや、僕は最初からダムは反対だったんですよ。
Okay, gentlemen, if you're going to go so far as to hold each other close, at least have the pragmatism to shove the one of you guys in front of the other and use them as a body shield. Okay, you might as well. That's what I would do.
ダムは環境破壊の根源ですよね。ね。
Mion returns to the scene clutching her stomach and staggering.
今のパンチ効いたっす。膵臓破裂したらどうすんすか。
Better that your pancreas gets punctured than your femur bone cracked in half. Now that would suck.
とにかくダムはダメ。絶対にダメ。
Said while turning to Mion.
どうしてダメなんですか？
Mion says while dodging exaggeratedly. Why am I having trouble Englishing right now? Her stomach pain has disappeared, as if she were never hit at all. I'll also give this version of Mion cred for another thing. She's definitely a lot more durable, or at least quick on the recovery than Chisato ever was. At least that's how it seems to me anyway. She's like a damn cockroach.
ダメ。理由なんか必要ない。
Discrimination of the scenes are really funny. You mean description of the scenes?
そりゃあ反論としては良くないですよ、リカさん。ちゃんとダメな理由を挙げなくちゃ。
Well, to be fair, the rebuttal she gave just now is certainly a lot better than so. Henceforth, the two ministering men and add exaggerated nods every time Mion expresses agreement with the dam. Occasionally, Rika glares at them, and they cower while still holding each other.
ダムって悪いもんじゃないと思うんですよ。社会で習ったじゃないですか。洪水を防いでくれるって。
Another big key difference between this version of Mion and the canon one. This one doesn't seem to anywhere near as attached to her home as canon Mion is. So yeah, it's official. This Mion is certainly an imposter.
詭弁よ。集中豪雨時に一度に放水し、逆に鉄砲水を引き起こしているわ。結構操作規定がずさんなの。知ってた？
Or maybe it's the other way around, because apparently, technically, this Mion came first. In which case, I prefer the imposter to the real one.
電気だっていっぱい発電できていいじゃないですか。35万キロでしたっけ？すごい発電量じゃないですか。
Yes, description. I have a weak vocab like Rika, I think. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you were trying to say. But yeah, that's fine. I'm just glad we got that cleared up here, because if anything was being discriminated against here, it's this Mion's guts. Although to be fair, she's kind of bringing it on herself by invoking Rika's wrath. So you know.
詭弁よ。実際は大差のせいで年々発電量が下がる一方、豪雨時には岩石が混じるからタービンを傷めるって理由で発電機回してないの。知ってた？それにほら、一度作っちゃえばもうほんと末永く日本の役に立つじゃないですか。詭弁よ。土砂がどんどん溜まっていって最後には泥が詰まっただけのダムになってしまうのよ。ダムには寿命があるの。知ってた？
She's repetitive of her rebuttals in general. She likes to say either certain words or phrases repeatedly, like so in the previous conversation, and now blatant sophistry in this one. It's very tempting for me to just ask her, just say, you keep using that word, but I'm not 100% sure you know what it means.
香川弁当にイカ飯弁当はなんつって。
それは駅弁。
Sandwich artistry. Rika glares sharply at those around her. Both Mion and Arakawa shrivel up on the spot.
ダムの恩恵は下流が受け、上流はしわ寄せを受けるだけと言われております。リカさんのご意見はもっともとは思います。ですが、どうか利水事業にご理解をいただきたいのです。
Once again, I don't think she cares.
どうあってもひなみ沢を湖の底に沈めたいのね。
ひなみ沢の住民の皆さんの心の痛みは重々承知しております。もちろん相応の保証はさせていただくつもりです。
立ち退き料のこと？
もちろん。
Okay, so they are offering compensation money.
させていただきます。駅にも近く、交易施設も充実した素晴らしい環境です。
そうそう、それが美味しいんですよね。
Yeah, again, she's definitely not very attached to Hinamizawa, this Mion.
そりゃあ私だって生まれはひなみ沢ですからね。愛着がないわけじゃないですよ。
Well, could have fooled me, honestly.
でもね、 世帯数数百のこんな山奥の村で青春時代を終えちゃうなんて寂しいじゃないですか。
I don't know, as long as I can stand to be around the neighbors in question, it sounds like paradise on earth to me.
街はいいですよ。何でもあるんです。テレビでしか見たことのないあんなものやこんなものが本当にあるんですよ。
Do not get me started on my opinions on cities, especially modern cities.
テレビかぶれの東京かぶれね。東京観光に行って以来そればっかり。かぶれ物で結構ですよ。でも
Oh, hey, another CG, and holy shit, Rika's packing some cake too.
何か知ってます？消防団の3階建てなんですよ。
You know what? I think I'll use this one. I think I'll use this CG image instead. Alright, time to up. Oh, I don't even have paint.net open. Hold the phone. Let me open it up. Shame on me not having this open before I started. And I see we got updates for you, so I will install it when I exit, because I need you right now. I need you to cooperate with moi. Here we are. Now let's put you in here. And size you up properly. There we go. Now let's save you. Okay, this is the work in progress. Okay, good. Now let's put you in. Yeah, we're going to put you in here. Wait, what am I doing? I don't want you there. Gonna put that there. Now for finished. And last but not least, let's go over here. There we go. Still looks plenty eye-catching, even if it may not technically be as eye-catching as the other one. And Hinamizawa Bus Stop is blocking Rika's ass. That is just a crime. But I can't get rid of it because where else am I gonna put that thing here that would actually look good? Son of a bitch. Oh well. It is what it is. This has to be the thumbnail. Holy Rika. I agree! It's actually pretty damn good. Alright. So, what if I'm a wannabe? Just think about it. Do you know what the tallest building is here in Hinamizawa? It's the 3-story fire department.
南沢にエスカレーターのある建物なんてあります？ないでしょ。ちなみにエレベーターはあるんですよね。小学校の給食運搬用のエレベーター。
Now look, I like escalators and elevators just as much as the next guy, but rural life in a little village like Hinamizawa, though, you can't beat that kind of peace. I'm sorry.
そんなの嫌です。生まれ故郷より町の生活の方がいいっていうのね。ご先祖様も泣いてるわよ。
Either that or shaking their fists in anger at her.
こんな山奥の田舎で一生を終えるなんて絶対に嫌。私は普通の子みたいに普通のものに囲まれて普通に暮らしたいんですよ。
Oh, can you just imagine if the Canon Mia heard this, what this Mion was saying right now? How angry she might get.
南沢の人間が街で生活なんかできると思う。
Honestly, now that I think about it, this sounds like the sort of thing I would expect. I would expect Shion to say pre-character development.
余計なお世話ですよ。そんなにここが好きなら勝手に住んでればいいじゃないですか。私を巻き込まないでくださいよ。うちは貧乏だから引っ越しなんかできなかったけど、 立ち退き料のおかげでやっと町へ引っ越せるお金ができたんです。ダム計画が中止になっちゃったらどうなるんですか？もう私をこんな山奥に縛り付けないで。
Well, I'll tell you one thing. A rock is a much better foundation to build a house on than, well, pretty much anything else. And a mountain is basically a giant pile of rocks all clustered together. So, I mean, can you really ask for a better foundation? Unless it's like a volcano or something, but I digress. Mion's family is poor? Apparently so. I'm going to assume that the concept of the three families may not even exist in this version of Higurashi. Or if they do, then clearly Mion's family is not one of them. Either way, it's a very interesting little detail, for sure. Tears well in Mion's eyes, full of violent emotion. Rika stands there with little to say, and the two ministry men anxiously watch over both of them. She really wants to ride those escalators, doesn't she? Suddenly, Rika turns on her heel and exits the scene.
お手洗い行ってくる。
What bathroom? Is there a porta potty out by the bus stop somewhere?
リカさん。
So they decided to make Mion rich later. Apparently so, assuming that's where this whole thing ends up going. But I don't know how much actual story we'll get out of just a few hours. Rika exits quickly. Mion gets a hold of herself and starts to follow after her. But Arakawa suddenly lets out a groan.
Arakawa-kun!
You alright, buddy?
大丈夫ですか？
休み明けから体調が悪くてね。急に苦しくなるらしいんだよ。
Okay, did he do some very extraneous physical exercise or something?
トイレなら裏にありますよ。でも今リカさんが入ってるし。
Well, I guess that answers that question.
腹痛ってわけじゃないんだよ。大丈夫か、荒川君。
すみません。すぐ収まりますから。
働きすぎなんだよ。いっぺん医者に見せた方がいい。
すみません。もう大丈夫です。まだ頭がガンガンしますけど。はい。
A headache, huh? So, I'm going to assume then that whatever you're dealing with here isn't a result of you working yourself too much. At least in the physical sense. Maybe? Well, I guess it depends.
くも膜下出血とかの前兆がそんなのじゃなかったかい？とにかく明日は休んで大きな病院で医者に診てもらいなさい。
そうですね。すみません。本当に急に痛み出して。
そういえば私も頭痛いですよ。
Oh.
ガンガンする。
Well, that's interesting. Whatever this is, apparently it's contagious. Wait a minute. Could this be an early version of Hinamizawa syndrome? And the headaches are just one symptom?
それはいけないな。風邪をひいたのかもしれない。
雨ですから。
Blackout. The sound of heavy rain plays. The scene remains pitch black. A voice plays over the radio. Oh, Toda. The sound of thunder echoes in the distance. The stage slowly grows lighter. The sound of rain fades into the distance. The two ministry men are gone. A man, Yoshimura, appears, running on stage.
いやー風呂桶をひっくり返したような雨だね。
Wow! Going by the big camera that you got there. I'm assuming you're the you're basically the early version equivalent of Tomitake?
これじゃ傘を差しても差さなくても同じだよ。いやーうえパンツの中までぐっしょりだよ。見るかい？
No thanks, sir.
めったに見れるもんじゃないのでぜひ。
Okay, I guess you want to see.
あ、いやそう来るとは思わなかったな。
OG Tomitake even has a camera. Yeah, he does.
まさかあんなおっさんに知り合いいないですよ。
So you like seeing you like seeing the stranger you like seeing the wet underwear of strangers, eh, Mion? Now that's interesting.
だって今親しそうに話してたじゃない。やだな。私の心はリカさんだけのものですわ。寂しい中年の独り言に相槌打ってあげただけですよ。
Now hold on, Mion. You say your heart belongs to Rika, but just now you were casually saying yes to this man's offer to see his wet underwear. So wouldn't this count as you cheating?
中年とはひどいな。これでもまだ28なんだけどね。
Only
死者赴任すれば
28.
30じゃん。30ったらもう立派な中年だよね。
Jeez, if that counts as middle age, then, well, doesn't bode well for me now, does it?
あのね、男は味噌汁から味が出るもんなんだぜ。
味噌から味。うわーリカさんこの人やばい。
味噌じゃなくて味噌汁だ。
その上血なんすか。この人やばすぎ。
Dear God, she's doing the exact same thing I would do. Just twist people's words around and just to make a joke out of it. Stop channeling me!
負けたよ負けたよ。字でいいよ。若い子には勝てんね。
リカさん、あのおっさん結構面白いやつですよ。おねだりしたらお小遣いくれるかもしれませんね。
Why do you need to beg? You're gonna be taking the compensation money from the dam project, ain't you?
本当に初対面？よく会話が弾むわね。それは私とリカさんの時と同じこと。初対面だけどいっぱいお話ししたじゃないですか。まあもっとも私が一方的に話しかけて一人ではしゃいでただけだったかもしれないですけどね。
That I can believe.
そんなことない。私も楽しかったわ。さっきはすいません。言い過ぎました。私の方こそごめんね。
へえ、すごい落とし方だね。そういう方向に持っていくとは思わなかったな。
I see Tomita Yoshimura knows what's up.
うっさいな。今いい感じだったのに。
そう凄むなよ。分かったよ分かった。もう一切口は挟まないからどうぞ好きなだけ行くとこまで行っちゃってくれ。
I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Although, to be unfair, so would I.
行くとこまでって何？うわーリカさんこの人やらしい。
リカちゃんっていうのかい？
Pot, meet
僕は吉
kettle.
村って言うんだ。よろしく。
吉村さんはご趣味とご職業は何ですか？
あ？いや お見合いだってそこまで単刀直入じゃないぜ。趣味はいろいろ。職業はフリーライターってとこかな。
Freelance writing, huh? Then what's the camera for?
フリーターの親戚？フリーの雑誌記者ですよ。
次のバスはなんだ、だいぶ時間があるじゃないか。こいつはついてるな。若い女の子たちと雨宿りとはね。
Well, if he writes articles, then he probably uses the camera just to get pictures of places that he writes about, so I guess it's not that strange for him to have one. Tonegawa and Arakawa return from the bathroom. Yoshimura looks disappointed.
おや、お友達ですか？
This bus stop's getting crowded.
知らないおっさんです。
きついな。どうも吉村です。バスが来るまで雨宿りに加えてください。
どうも、建設省河川局都市河川の利根川です。
どうも都市河川の荒川です。
どうも、わかりませんの古崎です。
仲良しさんみたいだね。みんなお友達なのかい？
All four look at each other and slowly shake their heads.
十分仲良しさんに見えるよ。うん。ああ、みんなそのままでいいかな。せっかくの仲良し4人組だから写真を撮ろう。はい、笑って笑って。現役女子高生の乱れた実態。建設省職員Hinamizawaで禁断の交際。
Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, write that article at your own peril, is all I can say. Well, he had that coming. Blackout. Bam, bam, bam! The sound of pounding rings out. A moment of silence follows. You want to know what's a really, really, really satisfying sound? Hold on, let me pull something up here. Century Martial Arts Bob Training Dummy. Okay, now where are you? Why are you not showing me the proper website? Oh, here we are. Here we are. Hitting this thing with your fists or a stick. It makes the most satisfying of noises when you do, especially if you hit it with sticks, particularly around the face. I would imagine that the beating that our poor freelancer just took sounds exactly like what hitting this thing would sound like, and if it is, that is a wonderful noise indeed. The scene remains pitch black. A voice plays over the radio. Okay, so what's going on here? This is the second time that we've overheard this radio thing here. They're clearly setting something up here. These guys that are talking to each other over the radio. Let me guess. They're setting up a perimeter around the bus stop because we're all dangerous, right? Is that where this is going? Thunder echoes. The stage steadily lights up. The sound of heavy rain fades into the distance. So let's see. Mion and Arakawa are experiencing some kind of physical ailment that's giving them headaches and general fatigue. But so far we haven't seen Rika or the other guy, whose name I'm forgetting, and Yoshimura also exhibiting no symptoms. And we also got these gentlemen talking to each other over a radio and clearly inferring from what they're saying, setting up a perimeter around something. So this might be a big leap in logic that I'm making here, but could I assume then that these people over the radio are setting up a perimeter around the bus stop because they're trying to contain something? A la an outbreak?
Yeah. 雷雨とはまたひどい天気になっちゃったね。
でも向こうの空が少々明るくなった気がしませんか？
案外バスが来る頃にはカラッと晴れちゃうかもしれませんね。
吉村さんは取材で来たんですか？やっぱりひなみ沢ダムの。
うん。ダムの件とは一応関係があるけどね。僕が取材に来たのはダムのことじゃないんだよ。
About Hinamizawa as a whole, I assume?
ダム計画をめぐる住民の反対運動？
違うよ。
ダム建設が及ぼす環境への影響。
違いますよ。
ダムによる地域への貢献。
違いますよ、違いますよ。そんな真面目なもの。
美少女突撃リポート東北編。ひなみ沢に国民的美少女を見た。
Mion freezes while holding a model's pose. Then, after a moment of silence, Yoshimura continues speaking, ignoring Mion.
僕が取材に来たのはですね。
Yes. What's with the pregnant pause, my fine gentleman? Yoshimura pauses to build tension. Mion remains frozen in her pose. Rika, exasperated, relents and shakes Mion's hand. Mion is once more silently overjoyed.
なんです？もったいぶらないでくださいよ。
お社様って知ってますか？
Oh. Well, given how integral the legend of Orishiro-sama is to the history of Hinamizawa as a whole and the canon series proper, I guess you could. I guess I was half right in my assumption, if you want to look at it like that, in regards to what he's here for. That being getting information on the village in a general sense. But I don't know. Maybe that might not be a right way to look at it. I don't know.
お社様。
Not the Oyashiro, but the Sama.
お社様。
I wonder if we'll get to see Hanyu in this story. And if we do, what is she like?
って何です？
バカバカしい。くだらない迷信ですよ。
For something that you write off as just some stupid superstition, you seem awfully unsettled by it, good sir.
もちろん迷信ですよ。単なるおとぎ話です。
くだらない。あなたはそんなくだらないもののためにわざわざ取材にやってきたんですか？
Okay, seriously, Arakawa, you alright, buddy? Because you seem particularly rattled right now. In fact, you look kind of scary. But then again, so does Yoshimura here with his scary shiny glasses.
くだらないくだらないって割には気にしておられるようですね。
荒川くん、落ち着いて落ち着いて。なんだか知らないがおとぎ話なんだろ？
そうよ。 単なるおとぎ話。
一体何の話だい？園崎さんは知ってますか？そのなんとか様の話。
一応小学校で習いましたからね。まあとりあえずは。
So, Orishiro-sama is referred to as a male in this version, but then again, they did that at the start in the canon story too. Before we learn the truth much later on. So I guess there's nothing particularly noteworthy about this detail, with that context in mind.
お社様はこのひなみ沢の守り神様の名前なんですよ。地元の人間なら誰でも知っています。
もうお社様の話は聞き飽きましたよ。まだ聞かせる気ですか？あのくだらない話を。
I take it you're also not a fan of stories that involve seven wonders of some random school or what have you, with those kinds of stories. Am I right, Arakawa?
話？
お社様のおとぎ話よ。ひなみ沢を汚そうとするとね、たたるの。
Distant thunder. The sound of rain grows a little stronger. There's silence for a moment.
バカな話ですよ。どこの郷里にだってその手の話の一つや二つあるもんです。
そうです。たたる神様の伝承は日本各地、数え出したらキリがない。でもこのお社様のたたりは他のそれとは全く異なっています。
Do tell, I'm quite curious.
本当にたたるのよ。
まさか今時たたりなんて流行んないですよ。ミカさんも脅しすぎですってば。
ミオンちゃんは知らないみたいだね。いや無理もないよ。その全てが新聞で取り上げられたわけじゃないから。具体的数字を挙げよう。4人だ。すでに建設省の職員が4人亡くなっているんだよ。
So, 4 members of the Ministry of Construction died to this curse. Now, here's my question. Is it one for each? Is it 1 or 2 for each year? Or, well, actually, I should probably just let him talk so we can get the details.
尋常じゃない死に方でね。
バカバカしい。偶然にも不幸が重なることはあります。いいですか？我々は常にどこかしらのダム計画に関係しています。公務中に倒れるたびにどこそのたたりだなんて言われてたらたまったもんじゃないんですよ。
常識的な死に方だったら私も妙なことは言い出しません。ですが彼らは普通じゃなかった。
普通じゃない。
去年の暮れの近藤さんのことかい？
Okay, so the most recent one occurred the previous year.
あれは派手に新聞に載りましたからね。
昨年の11月20日、寝ていた家族を次々と襲い、自らも喉をかき切って死ぬという凄惨な事件が発生しました。
Oh, damn. So, a murder-suicide. Construction workers can't take a break. They always die to curse. Yeah, the construction industry is a very cutthroat industry indeed. Very tough. I hear the pay is good, though.
男の名は近藤義行。
Most of the time.
建設省河川局開発課の職員です。
彼はひなみ沢ダム計画の初期のスタッフで、ひなみ沢には何度も訪れていた。
無理心中ってやつですか？
最終的にはね、そういうことで落ち着いたよ。でもね、警察がいくら調べても心中しなくてはならない理由を見つけることはできなかったんだ。
But they were able to find a reason for him to commit murder of his own family members then?
薬の類に手を出したんじゃないかなんて噂が流れたのを覚えてる。
検視の結果、薬物の反応は一切検出されなかったそうです。事件当時の彼のスケジュールは過密で、警察では過労による発作的な強行と断定しました。
That's the same issue that Hinamizawa syndrome in the main story has too. It's undetectable, but it's undetectable through normal forensic means by the police. The only way you'd be able to detect traces of the disease is through a special tool or something that the Irie clinic in the main story would normally have. If I remember correctly, they do have a means of being able to detect Hinamizawa syndrome that the police does not have access to. Or actually, wait, no. I think the issue was they just didn't know what to look for. That would have clued them in on the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome. I think that was what the issue was. So, if this is Hinamizawa syndrome, or, you know, what I was speculating earlier about the headaches that Mion and Arakawa are experiencing, if that is a factor of what's going on here, then, I'm quite curious to see where they're going to take this.
悲惨な出来事だったとは思うよ。確かに普通じゃない。だからといってすぐにお社様のたたりと結びつけるのはあまり短絡的だ。
全くです。この事件一つだけなら私も短絡的にたたりなんかと結びつけたりはしない。
他にもあるんですか、そういうの。
Were you not paying attention, Mion? They mentioned that four members of the Ministry of Construction died to this curse so far.
そういえば吉村さん、職員が4人死んだと言いましたよね。でも私は近藤さんのこと以外は一切聞いていませんよ。職員が亡くなったら絶対に会所が回るはずだ。なあ、荒川君。
失礼ですが、利根川さんはこの4月の移動ですか？
ええ、4月までは砂防部の傾斜地保全課におりました。
隠されてるのよ。もっと死んでるわ。
荒川君、本当かい？
Arakawa bitterly hangs his head. Well, that would definitely explain Arakawa's reaction then. Tonegawa is left confused.
彼の事件直後からHinamizawaダムの担当者の間にある噂が流れ始めました。
Syndrome can only be detected when the person is alive in the main story. Yeah, that's another thing, true. So, yeah, an autopsy wouldn't show anything because the disease would effectively die with the host.
その噂は事件の前から囁かれていましたが、少なくとも事件が起きるまではただのおとぎ話に過ぎませんでした。
おとぎ話って、ひょっとして。
そう、お社様のたたり。
やめてくださいよ。
どんな話なんですか？そのお社様のおとぎ話というのは。
つまらない話ですよ。
昔々貧しい老夫婦と3人の息子たちが住んでたわ。畑仕事が嫌いで贅沢な暮らしに憧れる3人の息子はね、ある日両親も先祖代々の畑も捨てて都へ旅立ってしまうの。
一度に3人も逃げられたんだからね。まあそんなわけでおじいさんもおばあさんも頑張って2人だけでご先祖様の土地を守っていくんだけど、ダメなんだよね。
Well, those parents certainly got screwed over big time then. Damn.
結局ある日倒れて2人とも寝込んでしまう。
先祖の畑を守るためにはどうしても息子たちの力がいる。老夫婦は お社様に祈ったの。どうか息子たちに帰ってくるようにお伝えくださいってね。
Oh, I see. Because in the main story, it's often speculated by fervent believers in the legend of Orishiro-sama that those who are born in Hinamizawa but tried to leave the village are effectively cursed by Orishiro-sama for doing so, and the only way to alleviate the curse in that situation is for them to return. So, is that where they're going with this?
お社様はまず長男のもとへ行った。そして夢枕に立ってね、故郷に帰るように諭したんだ。だが都の華やかな暮らしに染まった長男は頑として拒んだ。
お社様は7日7晩長男の夢枕に立ったわ。でも長男はひなみ沢に帰ろうとはしなかった。
毎晩枕元立たれるのはきついですよね。単なる嫌がらせの領域ですよ。
それで
結局長男はたたりで死んでしまうんですよ。
Oh.
次にお社様は次男の夢枕に立ったわ。
Yeah, so far that definitely seems to be where they're going with this. As far as the curse goes, I mean.
次男も同様、7日目におかしくなって死んでしまうんです。
One dies, the other goes crazy. So what happens to son number 3?
兄たちの変死に怖くなってね、三男は逃げるように帰るんだよ。そして3人で力を合わせて畑を守っていったんだとさ。おしまい。里に生まれた者は里に生き、里に死ぬことを良しとする風習を伝えたおとぎ話だと考えられています。そういう風習自体はそんなに珍しいものじゃない。
別に近藤さんはここの出身だったわけじゃないでしょ。
ええ、違いますよ。要するにお社様って神様はひなみ沢から出て行こうとする人、よそからひなみ沢に入ってこようとする人に厳しいんですよ。守り神様ですからね。
ダム反対派の老人たちが揃いも揃ってこの話をするもんなんで、みんな面白がってましたよ。この近代社会でまだこんなおとぎ話を聞けると思いませんでしたから。
そう、おとぎ話だったんです。事件が起きるまではね。
Thunder rings in the distance. The rain continues pouring down hard. A moment of silence passes.
最初に言ったのは誰か忘れました。ここのところ眠れなくて辛いって言うんですよ。寝ようとすると落ち着かなくなって起きてしまうって。
過労だよ。
そのうち誰かが言い出したんです。寝ようとすると何かの気配を感じる。明かりをつけて探すんだが誰もいない。でも再び明かりを消すと確かに気配を感じるんだって。
This is also pretty similar to people sensing Hanu's presence in the main story as well.
みんなは面白がってそれをお社様のたたりだと囃し立てました。お社様が夢枕に立ってるんだって言って。今思うと最初に不眠のことを訴えたのは近藤さんだったように思います。今度いるって言うんですよ。毎晩寝ようとするといるって。
いるってやだな。
So in this version, it's less a feeling. It's less a feeling of something constantly following you, which sufferers of Hinamizawa syndrome go on to interpret as Orishiro-sama, but more so in this case, a feeling of being watched constantly by Orishiro-sama. Am I understanding this right?
そして事件が起こった。その時、 おとぎ話はもはや単なる笑い話ではありませんでした。
Although I guess in execution it's functionally the same thing. It's just one version of Orishiro-sama is just mostly remain stationary, while the other one is just following you around everywhere and casting judgment on you wherever you go, in the mind of the paranoid Hinamizawa syndrome sufferer. So I guess it really doesn't matter.
その後しばらく職場はお化け屋敷状態でしたよ。仮眠室で怪しい気配を感じた。深夜まで残業していたら背後に誰かが立った。電車の中まで何かがついてきた。
I guess I spoke too soon. I guess the presence does follow them around in this version.
バカバカしいにも程がある。
バカバカしくなんかない。いるんだもの。
But you just said a minute ago that the whole legend of Irishiro-sama is a fairy tale. So which is it? Does he exist or does he not exist?
Iつしかその何かはお社様と呼ばれるようになりました。
そんな噂は全く聞いたことがないよ。
日本人の気質としてね、意味とするものには口を閉ざしてしまうんですよ。口に出さないことによってなかったことにしようとする。でも起こってしまうんですよ。第2第3の事件が、奇怪な事件が起こるたびにお社様のたたりに怯え、ますます口を閉ざしていく。管理職は事態を憂い、極力事実を隠蔽しようと図ったようです。
そんなバカな。職員が死んだというのに隠蔽だなんて考えられない。
別に死体を隠したとかそういうことじゃありません。徹底的な情報管制で無関係な人間の耳に入らないように配慮したということです。
Not like how certain things are happening right now, IRL.
これ以上職場の士気を下げないためにね。でも知っている人は知っているんですよねえ、荒川さん。
あれは事故だ。
荒川くん。
もう勘弁してくださいよ。
何がおかしいの？
だって笑うなって方が無理ですよ。ねえ、この現代にさ。笑っちゃえ笑っちゃえ。
笑いましたよ。こんなバカなことがあってたまるかって笑いましたよ。僕も仲間もみんな。
そして再び起こった。次の犠牲者は都市河川室の柿沼さんという方でした。
沼さんのは事故だよ。たたりなんかじゃない。
お友達でしたか？
いや、知らない職員だ。
酒と博打の好きなよく笑う人だった。僕の直接の仕事の前任者で、年は離れていたけどよく飲みに来ましたよ。10は若く見える美人の奥さんがいるくせに毎晩飲み明かしてるんですよ。
Trouble at home, maybe?
たまには早い時間に帰ってあげた方がいいんじゃないですか。
And yet he doesn't. Or didn't, rather. Right?
かい、アラちゃん。結婚なんてするもんじゃねえぞ。自由な時間がいくらでも持てる。独身のうちが花なんだぞ。
Yeah, I'm starting to think he might have had some trouble going on at home, maybe. From what I can infer from this.
どうも疲れてるみたいでした。連日の激務でしたからね。終電はとっくになくなってましたからね。いつものように 沼さんの車で送ってもらってる時でした。僕言ったんですよ。沼さんだいぶ疲れてるみたいですねって。
ここんとこ寝苦しくてな、なかなか眠れないんだよ。
Curse so yeah, the curse gives you a feeling of being constantly watched / followed, affects your ability to sleep properly, can apparently also give you a sense of bodily fatigue and headaches.
沼さんやめてくださいよ。沼さんのところにまで現れるんですか、例のあれ。
アラちゃんは何も感じないかい、夜とか。
夜に感じるってなんかやらしい話ですね。
確かにいるんだよ、いる。気になって明かりをつけるんだ。だけど部屋には女房と子供しかいない。当たり前だよな。でもやっぱりいるんだよ。
Now that I listen to this guy's voice, isn't this the same voice actor that voices Nishiki from Yakuza?
沼さん勘弁してください
I'll have to
よ。
look into that later.
いるって何がいるって言うんです？
Not Arakawa, but the other guy.
近藤さんもさ、一月くらい前からそんなこと言ってたよな。
近藤さんはほらちょっとなんていうのか、そういうところがありましたし。
近藤さんのところにもさ、俺のところと同じやつがいたのかもな。
やめましょうよ、近藤さんの話は。
わかるよ。多分近藤さんがいるって言ってたやつがあいつなんだよ。あいつは間違いなくいるんだ。日が経つごとに強く感じられるようになる。
もうやめませんか、この話。面白くないですよ。
ああ、やめようか。でもな、日増しに気配を強く感じるようになるんだよ。本当だぜ。
Yeah, I agree. Let's stop talking about this. So anyway,
まぶたをふっと開ければそこに立ってるんじゃないかってくらいに。
the light goes out and the stage goes dark.
俺さ、もうすぐ会えると思うんだよ、お社様に。
Whenever you do, be sure to offer him some tea. Maybe that'll quell his rage somewhat.
その日の深夜ですよね。対向車線のダンプに突っ込み亡くなられました。
事故ですよ。あんな話のあった直後とはいえ事故なんですよ。
He probably saw something in the car with him. It made him panic, and he ended up driving into an oncoming lane, and, well, yeah. I'm assuming that's probably what actually happened.
でも奥さんにはそんな話はとてもできなかった。
He's gonna meet
こん
Hanyu.
な馬鹿げた話できるわけがない。
And you gotta give Hanyu some tea. Although if this version also likes sweets, then maybe some cream puffs will also suffice.
当初は居眠り運転かと考えられました。でも実際は違った。柿沼さんの遺体は喉がかきむしられていました。
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Look at that. We've got the scratched out throat bit too.
両の手は血だらけで爪の剥がれている指もありました。
ちょっと よく飲み込めないんですけど。
Yeah, okay, so something happened was, well, even if he didn't necessarily see anything in the car with him that made him panic, it's also possible, given the wounds on his neck here, he probably started feeling something under his skin, and he, in a panic caused by that, he tried to scratch at his neck to try to get at that feeling. And as he was doing that, he lost control of the car and then crashed it into an oncoming vehicle. So it's not that different from my first theory.
つまりね、
Point is, something
彼
made
は
him
死ぬ
lose
直
it.
前何を思ったのか、自分の喉をかきむしり始めたのよ。生爪が剥がれるくらいの恐ろしい力でね。
なんであんたそんなことまで知ってるんだ。そのことは。
Oh dear.
調べたんですよ。一応ライターの端くれですからね。
どうしてそんなことを。
彼は会ってしまったのよ、お社様に。
And how do you know that, Rika? Distant thunder. The sound of rain. A heavy silence.
森さんと加藤さんのことはご存知ですか？
知らない。その二人のことは本当に知らない。加藤さんのことは本当に聞いただけで。
加藤さんは電車に飛び込み亡くなられました。飛び込む直前の彼の奇怪な行動を駅員が目撃していますが、詳細は分かりません。
知らない。
森さんはどうです？彼は職場でしたよね。あなたも出勤していたはずです。
職場？知らないぞ。何のことだい？
知らないです。私は食事に出かけてた。帰ってきたら騒がしくなっていて終わってたんですよ。私が帰ってきた時にはもう。だから知らない。何も知らないんです。
初耳だよ。職場でそんなことがあったら耳に入らないわけがない。
さすがに森さんの時は4人目でしたからね。特殊な事情について事前に警察の上層部と話がついていたようで、現場検証なども全て秘密で行われました。
And I'm willing to assume that the reason why they're trying to keep this whole thing under wraps and investigating in secret is because all the negative PR that these murders that are occurring to all these members of the Ministry of Construction, specifically in relation to the dam project specifically, would be very bad PR for the project in question, and if it got bad enough, it could potentially threaten to derail the whole thing. Not unlike how it ended up being derailed in the main story, yeah?
覚えていますか？ガス弁の交換中に事故があって騒ぎになった日があったのを。
そんなこともあったかな。工事業者と立ち会った職員が怪我をして運び出されたって話で騒然とした日があったよな。
無論カバーストーリーです。事実は大きく異なります。
カバーストーリー？
嘘の話のことよ。事実を隠すための偽りの話。
関係者の口が大変固く、あまり詳しいことはよくわかりませんが、以下のことは確実です。昼休みの終わり頃、席で寝ていた森さんは突然起き出し、千枚同士で隣の席の職員を襲いました。そのまま3人の職員に襲いかかり、取り押さえられる前に自分の喉を突き刺し絶命しました。わずか 1,2 分間のことです。
だから僕は食事に出てたんだよ。知らないんだよ。
The stage goes dark. The light centers on Arakawa. Arakawa recalls the moment when he was cornered by Mori wielding an owl. Sounds to me like you actually do know something.
いませんよ。誰もいませんよ。いるわけないじゃないですか。いないんですよ。落ち着いてください。おとぎ話ですよ。いないんだ。お社様なんていないんだ。お手洗いすみません。もう一度失礼します。
Yeah, we can't exactly have you shitting yourself in fear now. That's true. So, by all means, go take care of business. Again. Arakawa bitterly leaves the stage. The sound of rain resumes. Oh, what? So the rain resumed just to give Arakawa a chance to go take a dump?
知らなかった。そんなことが。
お
Isn't
社
Mother
様の
Nature
たたりの正
considerate?
体は分かりません。しかし間違いなくそれは実在します。そしてその謎を解く鍵はここhinamizawa沢にあるはずなんです。僕はね、その何かを調べに来たんですよ。
死ぬわね。
Yeah, you said exactly what I was thinking just now, Rika.
え？
あなたも死ぬわ。お社様の正体を探るなんてことそのものがお社様への冒涜だもの。
Oyashiro-sama is camera shy, you see.
もしそれがhinamizawa沢を訪れた理由ならあなたも死ぬわ。
A heavy silence hangs between them. Yoshimura doesn't respond.
遅いね、バス。そろそろ来てもいい時間じゃないのかい？
You know what? Now that you mention it, when is the bus supposed to actually stop by here? We have been here a while.
遅れてんじゃないっすか。雨ですから。
The sound of rain gradually fades out along with the lights. A moment of silence passes. The stage remains pitch black. A voice plays over the radio. Here are the radio men again.
偵察班より報告。部外者が混じっています。
Outsiders?
予定外です。中止しますか？
Now, outsiders. I guess in this context would refer to people not native to somewhere. In this case, Hinamizawa. So, the damn construction workers, I assume, is who they're referring to. The sound of thunder strikes. The stage gradually grows brighter. The sound of heavy rain fades into the distance. Arakawa still hasn't returned from the bathroom yet.
遅いな、荒川くん。また調子でも悪くなったのかな。
Plot twist! He decided to scratch out his own throat while he was on the porcelain throne.
荒川さん、体調悪いの？
ああ、リカさんいなかったんですよね。さっきリカさんがお手洗いに行ってる時、頭ガンガンするってのたうち回ってたんですよ。発作とか言ってましたけど、儲かりまっか出血。
雲真っ赤出血。
ちょっと様子を見てきます。
Tonegawa exits. Rika also stands up after a moment.
頭痛に効く薬持ってるのよ。ちょっと私も行ってくるわね。すぐ戻るから。
あ、はい。いってらっしゃい。
Mion and Yoshimura are left behind. There is silence and the sound of rain. Mion is concerned for a light headache the entire time.
なんか眠くなってきちゃったし。
I will say, I do actually like the overall presentation of Bus Stop compared to pretty much everything else up to this point. It definitely overall has a bit of a nicer look to it. Especially with flashback sequences where we actually get to see close-ups of their character portraits. It's definitely a nice touch compared to what we're normally used to.
先日東京観光に行ってね。
Well, that and there is clearly
ネズミランドに遊びに行っただけなんだけど。
Well, that and their character sprite artwork here, it also in general looks a bit nicer too, especially in regards to coloring and highlights, light highlights and stuff like that. So this is definitely has to be a pretty late edition when this was made originally.
お、そうなんですか。私も行ったんですよ、東京観光。ネズミランドに行きました。はい。って言っても、私もそこしか行ってないんですけどね。
Mouseland. I assume this is the copyright-friendly equivalent of Disney World? Or Disneyland, rather?
ホテルシーサイド江戸海ってところに泊まったんだよ。ランドの近くにある瀟洒なホテルでね。
うちもですよ。うちもそこに泊まったんですよ。すっごい偶然。
夜公園の周りを散歩したんだが、すごいね。アベックの聖域だよ。独り者には肩身が狭いね。
同感同感。私も思いました。
食事も想像してたよりずっと素晴らしかった。でも両親に合わせて和食を選んだのは失敗だったね。結局煮魚は口に合わず丸ごと残してしまった。
Oof.
吉村さんもですか？私もなんですよ。
それで夜中どうしてもお腹が空いて眠れないんだ。仕方なくホテルを抜け出して交番の近くにあったカップ麺の自販機までやってきた。ところが困ったことに小銭がないんだよ。あの時はひもじかったね。
吉村さんもですか？私もなんですよ。
Well, I mean, hey, if you really, really, really need to eat something, you could always try hunting down some squirrels.
翌朝お父さんに借りた携帯をポケットに入れたままトイレで用を足そうとしたらうっかり便器に落としてしまって大変だ。汚いのも構わず慌てて拾ってドライヤーで乾かしたんだよな。お父さんには電池が切れたみたいだよって言ってごまかしたけど。
Also, Daddy ignored the shitty smell of the phone. It was there before, I promise you.
吉村さんもですか？私もな。
ネズミランドではとにかくいろいろなものに乗ったね。大はしゃぎだったよ。笑えるのはエリカは海賊ってやつだ。
Pirates of the Caribbean, I assume.
宝の山があったんでゴンドラから身を乗り出して触ろうとしたら放送で怒られただろ。ランドの人ってちゃんと見てるもんなんだよな。
They kinda have to. Otherwise, lawsuits would be incoming constantly.
吉村さんも。
閉園時間ギリギリまで遊び倒したよね。閉園時間ギリギリでアイスクリーム屋さんに飛び込んでお母さんにラムレーズンをねだったんだ。ボタボタ垂らしながら食べてるとそれをじっと見ている清掃のお兄さんがいたよね。手を振ったらふいっと横を向かれたんでムッとしたっけ。それで目線を戻したら自分のスカートに垂らし放題。これじゃあ電車にも乗れないって大泣きしたんだっけ。
Unless you were walking around in a skirt. This seems oddly specific, and you're not really referring to yourself, are you?
大はしゃぎがたたったのか、翌朝はものすごい頭痛に悩まされた。頭痛薬を飲んだが、その場しのぎにしかならない。
Stalker? Yeah, I'm starting to get those vibes too now, Eden. Some stalker vibes from this guy.
お父さんとお母さんは考えた挙句、予定を繰り上げて帰ることにしたんだよな。頭痛でフラフラなのに君、泣きながら訴えたんだ。こんな頭痛すぐ治るからって。でも我が子が可愛い両親は帰ることに決めてしまった。
You some kind of Mouseland employee or something whose job it is to stalk your customers after they leave the place to gather intel or something for marketing or some crazy thing like that. Like, okay, like, yeah, just what's your deal here, pal?
今でも心残りだろ。東京観光は。
Because clearly you're here for more than just gathering information on Orishira-sama, going by where this conversation seems to be going.
そりゃ。
Thunder rings in the distance. The sound of rain continues. A long silence passes between them. Mion is pretending to smile, but her face is pale. Her shoulders are shuddering.
君、ダムは賛成派だよな。立ち退き料で東京へ引っ越してくれないかと期待してる。でも、両親の仕事の関係で引っ越し先は市内になりそうだ。
And what do you know of her parents' occupation exactly? Care to share with the rest of the class?
でも妥協点だよな。少なくともhinamizawa沢よりはよっぽど都会だ。消防団より高い建物なんかいくらでもある。
なんでそんなことまで知ってんですか？
君は魂を東京に置いてきてしまったんだよ。もう心はhinamizawa沢にない。まずいんじゃないかな。そういうのって。
To think that this at one point was what Tomataki could have turned out to be in an alternate in the universe. God damn.
まずいって。
Although, now that I think about it, given this guy's rather creepy tendencies and personality, I guess he ironically, in a weird roundabout kind of way, would be more of a match for Takano, wouldn't he?
お社様だよ。
Creepy guy, creepy girl.
hinamizawa沢を捨てて出て行こうとする
If the boot fits.
俺がもしそのお社様だったら君はアウトだと思うけどね。どう思う？
Mion steps back, shuddering a little.
小さい頃から信じちゃうたちなんだよね。童話でもおとぎ話でも怪談でもそう。
Oh, wait a minute. What if Yoshimura essentially is this version of the story's Takano?
作り話だと分かっちゃいるのに信じちゃうんだよな。東京で頭痛を患って以来、お社様の話聞き流せないんだよね。作り話と分かっちゃいるのにねえ。
あんた誰
Well, whatever he is exactly, he's very well informed. That's for damn sure. Now, going with the interpretation that he's basically this story's version of Takano, maybe the reason why he would have all this knowledge about you is because he's got his own little military spy network keeping tabs on you. What with you being a resident of Hinamizawa and all that. That's the only conclusion that I can make that makes sense to me personally, given what I know about the main story proper. But we're talking about a version of Higurashi When They Cry before all that stuff, all of those story details were probably even finalized by Ryoshiki. So honestly, in the context of this version of the story in particular, I could be very off base here, and it could be he could know all this stuff about Mion for wholly different reasons other than reasons that Takano in the main story could possibly know details like this about any of the other characters. Maybe he knows all that he knows about Mion here in this story because he's just an old-fashioned obsessive stalker type or something. But I don't know. That feels a bit anticlimactic. Either way, one thing's for sure, there's definitely a lot more to this gentleman than meets the eye, and what's peeking at us under the surface is very, very unsettling.
Boku kai?
He is Tomitake and Takano at the same time. Yes! Yes! Maybe he's their maybe this guy is is their bastard love child. Or actually, now that I think about it, since he technically came first, maybe what he is maybe what happened was Ryoshiki decided to take this guy's concept and split him off into two different characters, that being Takano and Tomitake. Tomitake would keep the whole photographer bit and general look of this guy, but when it comes to, you know, the far more sinister and creepy characterization of Takano, that and the secretive stuff as well, that went to Takano. Yoshimura begins to laugh like crazy. Mion stands there dumbstruck by his bizarre state.
さっきも言ったろ。吉村さ。フリーライターの吉村だよ。フリーターの親戚じゃないんだぜ。
Thunder violently roars. The scene goes dark with the sound of a heavy downpour. A moment of silence passes. The stage remains dark. A voice plays over the radio. Thunder booms out again. The stage steadily grows lighter. The sound of pouring rain fades into the distance. All 5 people are sitting on the bench.
どう？薬効いてきた？
Well, that was very tense. Could we have something to lighten the mood for a bit?
すみません。もうだいぶ楽になりました。ありがとうございます。
聞いた。そう。
リカさん、私にももらえませんか？頭痛の薬。私もちょっと。
This man that's sitting right next to me has given me a headache so severe, I'm gonna need something really strong here to make the throbbing go away.
痛むの？
いえ、今はいいんですけどね。さっきものすごく痛かったんですよ。
俺持ってるぜ。やろうか。
No thanks. You can keep it. You probably need it more than she does.
結構です。
Mion refuses with an excessive response. Yoshimura, Tonegawa, and Arakawa are all a bit surprised by her odd reaction.
そうかい。ならいいんだ。
それにしてもバスが来ないですね。もう来る時間だと思うんですけど。
雨だからね。
There's a moment of silence accompanied by the sound of rain. Then two detectives, Hoshino and Okano, enter.
また来ましたよ、人。なんで今日はこんなにいっぱい来るんですかね。いつもは誰もいないのに。
Yeah, I'll say. This bus stop is really getting crowded now.
雨だからね。
こんにちは。皆さんはバスをお待ちですか？
ええ。そろそろ来ると思うんですがね。
バスは来ません。
Wow! For a second, I thought I was actually looking at the Takano, but apparently your name is... Wait a minute. Hoshino. Wasn't that one of the names on the radio? Let me go back, see if I can find it. I don't see it. Well, we are talking once again. We are talking about a version of Higurashi before Higurashi ended up becoming what it ultimately ended up becoming. So, I guess design-wise, we can deduce looking at Hoshino where Takano got her appearance from, and as for the personality bit, well. I guess we can guess where she got her personality from with this gentleman here.
それはどういう
Espin, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so far my connection has been holding out pretty well throughout the whole thing. Pretty happy to see that. It looks like whatever issue I was dealing with the other day has basically been resolved, so I'm not complaining. I'm just taking full advantage of it while I can and hoping that stays this way until we get through this thing. But yeah, we're about 2 hours in. No issues so far. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day today. So far I definitely am. I had a bit of running around to do earlier, but yeah. But this is definitely proving to be a very, very interesting version of the story that we're all used to. Even though it's essentially meant to act as an introduction to the very concept of Higurashi. I'm having quite a bit of fun comparing what I'm seeing here with what I'm used to in the main story proper.
どうか冷静にお願いします。
Tonegawa kind of looks like Uishi. Now that you mention it, kind of does, doesn't he? But younger.
事件って。
何ですか？何かあったんですか？
ですからどうぞ冷静にお願いします。昼前に市内で起こった通り魔殺人の犯人がこの近辺に潜伏していると思われます。
It's Yoshimura. It's him. Call it a hunch. I think it's this guy. He just showed me that he's not all right upstairs. The wheel is spinning, but the hamster is laughing like a maniac. And it has a knife in its mouth. Arrest him.
現在この地域は非常線で封鎖されています。ですからバスは来ません。
通り魔殺人？
変質者、麻薬中毒者。もう勘弁してくださいよ。
何人も殺されてるんですか？
詳しいことは申し上げられませんが、すでに何人かが犠牲になっています。
Oh boy!
犯人は、性別は、年齢はどんなやつなんです？
ご職業は推理作家ですか？身分証を拝見します。
はは、名刺じゃダメですか？吉村って言います。職業はフリーライターです。
Freelance writer and stalker extraordinaire.
顔写真のついたものはありませんか？
あいにく。
そちらのお二人は？
建設省のものです。職員証も免許証もあります。
どうも、お仕事ご苦労様です。
そっちの二人は？
We're two students skipping out on school.
犯人はどんなやつなんですか？ひょっとすると誰か見ているかもしれない。
そうですよ、教えてください。
情報が不足していますので確実ではありませんが、犯人は二人組の可能性が高い。
Two people, huh? Yoshimura stands up and looks over at the two mystery men and then Mion and Rika.
もちろん誤解で単独犯の可能性もあります。性別は男性である可能性が高い。
Mion stands up and looks over to the two mystery men, then at Yoshimura. There's a high chance that it was committed by two people and that they were both men, but you don't know for 100% certain, one way or the other. Yoshimura's eyes and Mion stands up and looks over the two mystery men. Then at Yoshimura. Yoshimura eyes the two mystery men suspiciously. They both wince.
目撃が曖昧なので女性の可能性も否定できません。まあ建設省のお二人は身元が確かなので問題ないでしょう。アリバイも調べやすい。
つまり犯人はどんなやつなのか全く見当がつかないってことですか？
詳しく申し上げられないだけです。皆さんの中に被疑者がいるかもしれませんから。
Oh, so that's where this whole thing's been leading up to, huh? We're actually in a murder mystery right now, and one of us done did the deed to several people.
De? 君たちの身分証は？
郵便局のカードじゃダメですかね。
君たち学生ね。
刑事さん、私は思うにあの吉村っておっさんが怪しいと思うんですよ。
For once, she and I are of one mind. Please don't make it a recurring thing.
今日は平日だけど学校はどうしたの？
いやー、その開校記念日で。
ちょっと向こうで話を聞かせてもらっていい？
じゃなくて、ほら、学級閉鎖、みんなインフルエンザでぶっ倒れて。
Uh-oh, we got a
開
fludemic.
校記念日で学級閉鎖で？次は何？
There's no contradiction. The school's founding is just a major holiday in the local area, so everybody's given the day off in order to celebrate. Because reasons. And they just so happened to catch the flu all at once.
雨ですから。
Because of the rain. Bad weather gave everybody at school the flu on a major holiday in the village, where everybody gets to have the day off. Mion and Rika leave the scene with Hoshino.
トイレに行っちゃまずいですか?
You all have tiny bladders or something. You sure are going to the bathroom a lot.
どうぞ。
ちょっと行ってくる。
Tonegawa leaves the scene. After a moment, Okano gets a call.
はい、岡野です。はい。はい。
Okano exits the stage, talking on his phone. Yoshimura watches agape as they leave. Never mind. Arakawa holds his head like his headache has returned.
どうしました？また頭痛ですか？
また痛くなってきた。
お辛そうですね。変われるものなら変わってあげたいですよ。
How generous of you.
くそ、参ったな。
頭痛の原因はたくさんあるんだそうです。風邪、眼性疲労が主なところですが、他にもたくさんあります。面白いことにですね、脳自身は傷つけられても痛みを感じないんだそうですよ。
Well, ain't that something?
こんなに痛いのに。
自殺するとき、ピストルで頭を撃つでしょ。あれって一番痛みを感じない死に方らしいですね。
Well, I guess that's a small comfort.
反面、意外にも辛いのが切腹なんですよ。脳と違って痛みをまともに感じますからね。
Well, yeah, you're basically disemboweling yourself. I can't imagine that's a very pleasant feeling for anybody to deal with.
だからほら、解釈ってあるでしょ。痛みに苦しむ前に首をはねてくれる人。面白くない話でしたかね。辛そうですね。いっそのこと解釈してあげられればいいんですけど。
Officer! I'm telling you! This man! He's dangerous! He stalks and he's showing bloodlust!
冗談じゃない。
あなたの場合、頭痛の原因は睡眠不足にあるように思いますが、いかがです？ちゃんと6時間眠ってますか？昨夜は何時に床に着きましたか
？12時前には消灯したよ。7時間は眠ってる。
Ideally, you should try to shoot for 9 hours, not 7.
本当にですか？本当にそれだけ眠れていれば、そんなに辛くはならないはずなんですがね。
Arakawa continues writhing in pain. Yoshimura continues speaking like he knows what's going on. Probably because he does, because given all the information that he seems to have on Mion, why should we be surprised if he has a very unsettling amount of information on Arakawa too while we're at it? Why not?
本当に眠れていましたか？本当に。
Either that, or this guy is just frighteningly good at poking and prodding people.
寝たさ。
I guess that's also a
寝てますよ。
possibility. That the truth of the matter is he was just mostly he didn't really know for sure about all the stuff he was spouting about to Mion. He was just logically deducing all the stuff he was saying and gauging Mion's reaction to all his little prompts, and then following the train of logic that he was establishing from there in order to figure out what she actually did at Mouseland with her family. Either way, regardless of whether he actually knew or not, this guy is clearly very good at getting under people's skin. So this guy is dangerous, for sure.
明かりをちゃんと消して。明かりをつけっぱなしだと深くは眠れませんよ。
ちょっと消し忘れただけです。
本当にまぶたを閉じてましたか？横になっているだけでは睡眠とは言えませんよ。
Now, Yoshimura, it is possible, although it's not very common, for you to sleep with your eyes open.
閉じてた。ちゃんとまぶたを閉じて寝ようとしましたよ。
でも眠れなかった。
寝ようとしましたよ。寝ようと。
どうしてまぶたを閉じられなかったんです？
うるさいな。そんなことどうでもいいじゃないですか。
不眠で毎晩辛いんでしょ
う。僕は不眠なんかじゃない。
So he says with tears in his eyes.
近藤さんも言ってましたよ。不眠で辛いって。
近藤さんなんか知らない。僕は不眠なんかじゃないんだ。
寝ようとすると落ち着かなくなって起きてしまう。そうでしょう。
そんなことはない。
でもそのうち感じるようになったんですよね。
感じる？何も感じないですよ。何も。
A dim, pure red light shines down on the stage. The light centers on Arakawa.
アラちゃんは何も感じないかい？夜とか。
感じないです。何も。
確かにいるんだよ。いる。
いない。何にもいない。
近藤さんもさ、一月くらい前からそんなこと言ってたよな。
The red light changes into a blue one.
もちろん笑ってくれていいよ。だがな、あいつはいるんだよ。
I just had another thought. Going with the first interpretation or theory that Yoshimura is this version of Takano, of this story's version of Takano, in the sense to where he basically fills a similar role to Takano in the main story. What if what he's actually trying to do right now is instill seeds of fear and paranoia in the people around him in order to try to intentionally invoke Hinamizawa syndrome in them, either for study or pure sadism's sake, or both. Either, I mean, yeah, I guess, I mean, I can see the seeds of that are being planted in the story concept that would eventually take shape in the main story proper with the actual canon characters. I'm just kind of wondering, at this stage of Higurashi's creation, where exactly was Ryoshiki planning on taking the story originally before he changed things around to such an extent to where various characters, the timeline of the story, and all that ended up being changed into the version of the story that we all know now. I'm just curious, if anything, where this was all originally supposed to go before, yeah. Those are some big assets. Oh, you mean Rika and Mion in the thumbnail? Yep, I do agree. They be big. They be healthy. And Rika for sure has got some childbearing hips. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Conkle. Connection's definitely faring better than the last time I tried this, and I'm having quite a bit of fun comparing this version of Higurashi to the canon version, and all the little tiny details and intricacies that I can make out. But anyway, my little tangents aside, I believe we're in the middle of Arakawa being psyched out by Yoshimura.
いやいる。そりゃ目に見えないものを疑うのは簡単さ。だけどたとえ見えなかったとしてもやっぱり。
The blue light changes back to red once more.
触るんじゃねえ、触るんじゃねえ。
Oh.
加藤さん、落ち着いてくださいよ。なめやがって。どいつもこいつも俺のことをバカにしてやがる。上等だぜ。その喧嘩買ってやろうじゃねえか。てめえなんざ怖くもなんともねえんだぞ。誰も喧嘩なんか売ってないです。だから落ち着いてください。殺してやる。俺をバカにするやつはみんな殺してやる。何かお社様だ。たたりが怖くて喧嘩ができるか。加藤さん、電車来ますって。
So you actually did see the moment of his death, too. The sound of an oncoming train is heard, followed by an unpleasant splat. The light shining on Arakawa goes out, and the stage is once more lit by blue lights.
Oyashiro様なんて。
嫌でしょう。いるのに会えないなんて。悔しいですよね。いるのに。
いない。
近藤さんは会いましたよ。柿沼さんもね。
やだ。
森さんも会った。加藤さんも会った。
もうやめてくれ。たくさんだ。
会いたいでしょう。会いたいはずだ。
やだ。助けて。
Arakawa crawls along the ground, trying to escape to anywhere else. Yet his headache is terrible, and he doesn't get very far.
なぜ拒むんです。会えば救われるのに。
I've seen this place in some media. You mean Higurashi? Not Higurashi. Yeah, Higurashi media. So, like an anime or something?
いい年した大人がそんなに怖がることはないじゃないですか。みっともない。
Arakawa's legs gave out at center stage, and he just keeps shuddering.
あれひょっとして失禁しました。恥ずかしいな。
Yeah, this guy's really enjoying himself. Yeah, other anime. We'll leave it at that. Ah, okay. The light shines on Arakawa. An expressionless Mion, Rika, Tonegawa, Hoshino, and Okano enter the scene. They slowly surround Arakawa at a distance.
なんだよお前ら。
私立柳川小学校に通われましたね。3年生の時でしたか。運悪く帰宅の途中で便意を催してしまったあなたは茂みでこっそりと用を足してしまうことにしました。
Seriously, how do you know all this stuff?
おい、荒川のぐそしてんぜ、のぐそ。
なんだよお前ら。お前らだってトイレが近くになかったらするだろ。しないよ、普通はしない。
絶対お手洗いを探すわ。外でするなんて下劣。
あ、こっち来たよ、こっち来たよ、ノグ様。
I kind of feel bad for laughing, but... All but Yoshimura and Arakawa are laughing loudly.
ノグソマンはヒット作でしたね。とにかく流行った。4年、5年、6年生。学年クラスが変わってもあだ名はそれだ。このあだ名を命名してくれた少女は平山優子さん。あなたは恨みましたよね。この子がこんなあだ名さえつけなければこんなひどい目に遭うことはなかった。殴りかかりましたね。ほうきの柄で何度も何度も泣いても叩き続けた。
Kind of reminds me of Riko beating up Sadako with Cherokun.
荒川くん、女の子を叩くなんて最低よ。
荒川がぶった。
He's partially hallucinating this, I think. And everybody else in the cast is basically acting as stand-ins for the children in Arakawa's childhood. Yoshimura is probably the only other real person in this conversation right now.
最低男。
女なんかにマジになんだよな。
なあ荒川、先生には内緒で教えてくれよな。お前平山のこと好きなのか？ん？
Chair scene is so iconic. I love it. I love it too. It was just so mimetic for all the wrong and right reasons.
中学校でもノグソマンは大流行だ。会ったこともない初対面の人間に好奇の眼差しで見られるの苦痛ですよね。
Na 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 shit man.
あいつ噂の野ぐそ男。近づかない方がいいって。なんか匂うらしいよ。
不潔不潔不潔。
うるせえよ。あれ一回きりだよ。うるせえな。
苦難の義務教育もようやく終わり、いよいよ高校生として新しいスタートを切りました。同学年に同じ中学の出身は一人もなく、あなたは胸をなで下ろした。
あのさ、お前ってノグソマン？
どこから伝わったのかは今でも分かりません。でも不幸にもどこかで誰かが聞きつけてしまったんですな。
And apparently going by where this conversation's going, this nickname of his had apparently gone around so damn far it managed to reach this guy's ears. So this went beyond schools. For all we know, all of Japan could know this nickname. Now wouldn't that just be the shits? That joke was trash. Let's move on. All but Yoshimura and Arakawa continue to laugh. Arakawa clenches his umbrella and stands up, still wobbling.
うるせえよ。黙れよ。黙んねえと殺すぞ。
女の子を殴ればすぐ悪者扱いされる。あなたは歯を食いしばって耐えた。
バカ野郎。女だからって容赦しねえぞ。
Arakawa steps towards Mion and Rika, swinging his umbrella around. They both back off, laughing all the while.
男の子を殴ればすぐ仕返しされる。あなたは歯を食いしばって耐えた。
ふざけるな。殺してやる。誰だろうと殺してやる。
Arakawa steps toward Tonegawa, Hoshino, and Okano, swinging his umbrella around. All three back off, laughing as they do. Arakawa remains center stage, swinging his umbrella around in frustration. The other five all laugh even harder. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you've actually, unironically, had a pretty shitty childhood, my friend. Hey, look! It's the pot calling the kettle, but the kettle's black. Or rather, the shit man calling the shithead shitty.
苦しいでしょう。辛いでしょう。求めたくないですか？救いが求めたいはずだ。そうでしょ
う。俺を馬鹿にする奴は皆殺しだ。
Oh shit. That means I'm on his hit list too. Well, that's a problem. I don't think I'm gonna be able to flush my way out of this one.
なってきませんか？
誰にだよ。
近藤さんも柿沼さんもたくさん辛いことがあった。でも解放されたんです。森さんも加藤さんもね。
そうかよ。そういうわけかよ。
会いたいでしょ？会いたいでしょ？
来やがれよ。俺をバカにする奴はぶっ殺してやる。何がたたりだ。お社様が何だってんだ。
Shitman wants you to bring your ass to him. Now there's a mental image.
会ってやろうじゃねえか。みんなぶっ殺してやる。
Yeah, maybe Yoshimura should just euthanize this poor man.
会いたい。会いたい。会いたい。言いましたね。会いたい。会わせてあげましょうとも。お社様に。
Oh. I saw her! I saw the outline of the pup girl, the horn dog! The scene flashes, then goes dark. Thunder rumbles. A moment of silence follows. The stage remains dark. A voice is heard over a radio.
本部より全社へ部外者の排除が終了次第突入せよ。繰り返す。部外者の排除が終了次第突入せよ。
Thunder echoes out. The stage steadily grows lighter. Arakawa lies convulsing at center stage, his throat and fingers covered in blood. Oh shit. No pun intended this time. Yoshimura looks around in a panic, not knowing what to do. I bet he's just acting. Hoshino, Okano, Mion, Rika, and Tonegawa return to the stage.
荒川君どうしたんだ大丈夫か
何がありましたか
Well, to answer your question, Arakawa kinda lost his shit.
僕が聞きたいよ。突然そいつがわけのわかんないことをわめきながら暴れ出したんだよ。殺されるかと思ったぜ。
Hoshino. I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at my own pun just now. Okay, I think I got it out of my system this time. Rest in peace, shit man. Yep. He's now being flushed down and then back up to the heavens above.
お前がやったのか？なわけないでしょ。そしたらそいつ突然自分の喉をかきむしり出して。違う。
Ah, fuck. I should have instead said, all his problems have now been flushed away, never to be seen again. That would have been so much better. God damn it.
マッキネ、運びましょう。岡野、手を貸して。
助かるんですかねえ
Tonegawa leaves the stage, following Hoshino and Okano as they carry Arakawa.
突然暴れ出して。
Yeah, he lost his shit!
ああ、そうさ。俺がやったんじゃない。あいつが自分で喉をかきむしったんだ。指紋でも何でも調べてくれよ。俺じゃない。
誰もあなたが殺したなんて言ってないわ。
Well, not directly, at least.
殺した死ぬのかあいつ。
あんな風になって助かると思う？
一体何があったって言うんですか？
荒川さんが自分で喉をかきむしって死んだ。それが事実よ。
なんで？どうしてそんなことを？
This guy is such a manipulator. Holy shit.
私が聞きたいですよ。あんた見てたんでしょ？
あいつは
これが5人目の犠牲者なの？吉村さん。
お社様のたたりのことですか？
いい取材になったでしょう。写真は撮れた？インタビューは録音できた？それともオフレコ？
バカ野郎。それどころじゃねえだろ。
You know, I honestly wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if he did take pictures.
6人目の犠牲者は誰かしら？ねえ、吉村さん。
やめましょうよ、リカさん。もう やめましょうよ。
6人目は初めて建設省以外の人間になるかもしれませんよ。
And what makes you think that?
ねえ吉村さん、インタビューより体験手記の方が効果的じゃありませんか？
Oh, is that an implied threat that you just issued, Rika? Because if it is, then towards this man in particular, I approve.
分かった。お社様のことは忘れる。こんな取材はもうやめるよ。旅館に帰ったら荷物をまとめる。
いい心がけね。でもお社様は許してくれるかしらね。
A tense silence passes between them. Then Hoshino comes up.
ブルデリカさんちょっと来てもらえる？
Okay, I just had another thought. Now, hear me out on this one. Mion and Arakawa both said that they were experiencing headaches and other general signs of fatigue, right? And those were the same symptoms that the other victims of the curse of Ishiro-sama had also experienced prior to their deaths, along with signs of declining sanity and other such things of that nature. Both of the instances where... Why am I not forgetting... why am I forgetting his name all of a sudden? Yoshimura. Where Yoshimura basically grilled into both Mion and Arakawa. What if those didn't actually happen and they were both actually hallucinations had by Mion and Arakawa, who, under the effects of the curse of Ishiro-sama, are feeling particularly persecuted right now, to the extent to where they hallucinated a much more antagonistic Yoshimura talking to them when they were alone with him than whatever Yoshimura was actually saying to them. And that his reaction, Yoshimura's reaction here, is indeed genuine, and he's not actually putting up an act. Now, I have no proof. This is just me speculating based on what little information we have here about how this curse works and its symptoms and who might be infected with it, and I think it's Mion and Arakawa, although Arakawa is now dead now. But I still think it's worth considering that both these instances only occurred with these two characters when they were alone with Yoshimura. So it might be possible that those conversations may have been hallucinated to some extent, if that's how this version of the curse works. Otherwise, if it's not, then the truth of the matter is probably closer to my first theory in regards to where Yoshimura is indeed provoking that people who he knows are likely suffering from the curse on purpose, because Yoshimura is serving the same role in this version of the story that Takano does in the canon story. So he has a vested interest in his mind at least, to provoke those reactions from these characters. Again, also speculation. I have no proof. And considering this is a story that apparently is only meant to be a few hours long here, honestly, who the hell knows where this version of events could have gone if Ryoshiki had actually stuck with it before he changed everything around. But if nothing else, like I said, it's fun to think about, to speculate. There's definitely a lot of room for interpretation, I feel, with this.
Hi.
Rika leaves the stage, following Hoshino, but her eyes continue to menace Yoshimura until the very last moment.
川さん、本当に死んじゃったんですか？
俺が知るかよ。突然だった。突然わめき出して傘をブンブン振り回しながら暴れて、俺には何のことだか。
お社様のたたりで死んだってわけですか？
確かにあいつは言ったよ、お社様って。こんなことってあるわけ。
What is the truth of what's happening here, I wonder? Is he actually putting on an act? Or were these two just hallucinating him, grilling them earlier?
本当にお社様って言ったんですか？
言ったよ、確かに。
Thunder rumbles.
ちくしょう、怖えよ、怖えよ、ちくしょう、ちくしょう。
Yoshimura shudders as he looks downward, his face on the verge of tears.
ねえ、吉村さん、あんたでしょ、やったの。
はあ？バカなこと言うなよ。俺がやるわけないだろ。
警察が探してる通り魔殺人犯ってあんたでしょ。
何を言うんだよ、怒るぞ。
もっと近寄んないでくださいよ。大声出せばすぐに刑事さんたちが来るんですからね。
ふざけるなよ。何だってんだよこいつ。俺が何をしたって言うんだよ。
さっきの余裕ある態度と正反対じゃないですか。教えてくださいよ。あんた何者ですか？そうして私のこと何から何まで知ってるんですか？
だから何の話だよ。さっきのやつもこいつもどうなってんだよ。
Gaslighting or genuine confusion? I honestly am not sure what to think right now. His reaction does seem genuine, but again, appearances can be deceiving. We learned that all too well with Takano herself, and, well, to be fair, I mean, Takano's not a good example, because it was pretty clear right from the get-go there was something off about her, but there are other examples in the main story proper where appearances have definitely proven to be deceiving.
狂ってるよ。ここ狂ってやがるよ。ああ！
Yoshimura falls to his knees and wails. Mion remains indifferent to it.
変なのはあんたの方じゃん。だからあんた何者なのさ。
A sharp pain races through Mion's head.
頭。
Yoshimura's crying somehow changes into laughter.
私が何者か何度も言ってるでしょう。吉村ですよ。フリーラ
近寄んないで。
荒川さんをやったのは私かって？もう少し大きい声で怒鳴らないと来てもらえないんじゃないですか？園崎美音さん。
If this is a hallucination that we're seeing right here, this version of Yoshimura, then that would explain how he would know things that should otherwise be impossible for someone who claims to be essentially a freelance writer. But once again, like I also pointed out, if he was originally meant to fill a similar role to Takano in the main story, then it's also possible that he has all this information on people because he's literally got military squadrons and all that working with him. Again, assuming he was supposed to fill the same role that Takano does in the main story. So it's possible he could know all this through stuff like that. And with Mion in particular, you know, being a resident of Hinamizawa, she is essentially a research subject. So he would have the authority and the means to keep tabs on her no matter where she'd go. I'm honestly not sure what to make of this. Yoshimura gently waves his hand, and Mion coughs like something stuck in her throat.
はしたない。年頃のお嬢さんがむやみに大声を出すもんではありませんよ。
Maybe he is possessed? Well, I mean, to be fair, we have seen in what was that? We have seen in a previous arc here that demonic possession is indeed possible, but the problem with that arc in particular is that it's canon only in broad strokes, so you can't take every little detail from said arc at face value with every little thing. So, who knows? Honestly, who knows?
なんでみんなどこ行っちゃったの？
最初のあなたの質問に答えましょう。荒川さんを殺したのは私か。答えはイエスです。
He admits it! Murderer!
次の質問に答えましょう。通り魔殺人犯は私か。それもイエスです。
He admits it! Serial killer!
いや、近寄らないで。
Yeah, we did see Hanyu earlier, so actually, I wonder. Maybe Hanyu is actually meant to be a malicious entity in the original story.
どうしてあなたのことを何から何ま
I
で
guess
知ってい
that's
る
also
か。
possible.
イエス・ノーで答えられない質問は遠慮させてもらいますよ。
なんで殺すの？
理由が必要ですか？これは面白い。つまり理由以下によっては許される殺しもあるとそうおっしゃるんですね。
Don't get philosophical on me now, man. Come on. Yoshimura waves his hand once more, and Mion coughs like something stuck in her throat.
はしたないからおやめなさい。叫ぶのは。仕方がないじゃないですか。あなたはひなみざわなんか田舎だから嫌だとおっしゃられる。
Wait, we? What do you mean we?
都会がいい、東京がいい、そうおっしゃっておられる。それじゃあダメですよ。お社様は許してくれません。
お社様。
Hanyu would be a really good villain for God Voice. Yeah, true that. She actually does have that intimidation factor going for her when she's got that voice down.
死んだおばあちゃんにあれだけ脅されたのに東京に心を奪われてしまった。情けない。
殺さないで。
建設省の皆さんはよそ者ですからね。お社様のことをよく知らなかったので多少多めにも見ましたが、あなたにはひなみ沢の人間には容赦しませんよ。
やめて、殺さないで、
許して欲しいですか？お父さんに言われたでしょ。はいは1回で十分だと。2回言うと誠意が伝わりませんよ。
ごめんなさい。
もう今後一切東京に憧れませんか？ひなみ沢に生き、ひなみ沢に死ぬことを誓えますか？
Oh, you said it twice. You're not being sincere.
返事は1回で結構。
すみません。
ダムなんて到底受け入れられませんね。反対しますね。素晴らしい。あなたは共同思いの本当に素晴らしいお嬢さんだ。
I gotta say, if this isn't an act or hallucination, Yoshimura is definitely sinister. Holy shit. I'm kind of loving it, actually.
わかりました。あなたが今の誓いを生涯守れるというならば、今回は特別に多めに見ないこともありません。
ありがとうございます。
ただしそのままというわけにはいきません。あなたのお腹の中に真っ黒にこびりついているひなみ沢を捨てようとする悪い汚れをきれいに吐き出さなくてはなりません。
何でもいいです。許してさえもらえれば何でも構いません。
痛いですよ。苦しいですよ。耐えられなければそのまま死んでしまうかもしれません。よろしいですね。
You're not suggesting that she commits seppuku or something, are you?
痛いんですか？
その痛みを乗り越えてこそあなたはひなみ沢の人間に戻れるんですよ。行きますよ。
Yoshimura waves his hand. An intense pain races through Mion's stomach. Mion can't hold back or scream.
やめてください。
Now here's a scary thought. What if she's clawing out her own stomach right now?
我慢なさい。罰だと思って受け入れることです。
Mion groans over and over. Eventually, she takes up the umbrella Arakawa dropped and stands unsteadily.
何の真似ですか？
Oh, hello.
殺してやれ。
私を殺す。
今すぐやめろ。やめるんだよこれ。今すぐ。
やめたらあなたの中の汚れが出ていきませんよ。
やめろ。やめろ。やめないと殺すぞ。殺すぞ。
Her eyes are red, so I'm assuming it's in reference to the blood of demons, maybe?
残念ですね。結局あなたはダメだった。残念ですよ。
Mion swings the umbrella at him with a roar. Yoshimura easily dodges it.
死んでしまいなさい。体中の汚物を吐き尽くして汚物の海に這いつくばりながら死ぬといい。荒川くんのように。
Oh dear.
胃から食道あたりまで登ってきたようですね。あなたのお腹の底の汚れが宇治となって登ってきてるんですよ。
Oh dear. The maggots.
さあ吐き出してしまいなさい。さあさあ。
Good lord.
助けて、誰か、リカさん、リカさん。喉がくゆい。ミオ、誰か来て。
Oh, wow. Rika flies to Mion's side. Yoshimura steps back in shock. Hoshino and Okano both race over a moment later and shove Yoshimura away.
何すんだよ。
Yoshimura grabs at Okano in confusion. However, Okano easily forces him to the ground.
悪いけど、ちょっと来てもらうわよ。
Citizen's arrest? Please!
だから俺が何したって言うんだよ。言ってた。話せよ。
I saw that smile! What was with that smile? Okano leaves the stage, holding on to Yoshimura. Hoshino glances at Rika, and then leaves as well. A short moment later, Mion begins to sob. Oh my god, you're alive! I thought you clawed out. You ended up clawing out your throat or something.
もう大丈夫よ。もう大丈夫。ごめんね。ごめんね。辛い目にあった。辛かった。ごめんね。ごめんね。
Honestly, terrible might be a bit of an understatement, all things considered.
牛がいっぱい。もう大丈夫。私が一緒だから。ね、リカさん。リカさん。
Mion sobs into Rika's chest. The stage steadily grows dark. A moment of silence passes. The stage remains dark. A voice plays over the radio.
本部どうぞ。本部どうぞ。部外者の排出完了。繰り返します。
Oh
部外
shit.
者の排出完了。
Oh shit. It looks to me like my earlier assessment that outsiders referring to everyone that wasn't Mion and Rika might have been on the money after all. Things are probably about to get even worse. Thunder roars. The stage steadily grows brighter. The sound of heavy rainfall fades into the distance. Only Mion and Rika remain. All is silent, save for the rain.
落ち着いた？
はい、ありがとうございます。
元気出して。 私は元気なあなたが好きよ。
Better to be full of life than full of maggots, am I right?
もう大丈夫です。荒川さんを殺したのはあいつだったんです。
吉村さんが。
あいつ変な超能力みたいな力が使えるんですよ。その力で荒川さんを。
Mountain dogs? They probably are, actually. Assuming they're even called that at this stage.
もうすぐで私も殺されるところだった。
無事でよかった。
市内で起こった通り魔殺人の犯人もあいつなんです。あいつがそう自分で言いました。私たちはなんて恐ろしいやつと一緒に。
Yeah, again, assuming all that stuff actually happened and wasn't some kind of hallucination, yeah, I agree. Yoshimura was actually pretty terrifying.
でももう終わったわ。刑事さんが連れて行っちゃったもの。もうあなたをいじめる人はいないわ。
Now, careful, Rika. You might be jinxing you might be jinxing yourselves right about now, saying that no one will hurt her anymore.
リカさん、助けてくれてありがとう。リカさんが来てくれなかったら私。
ミ
ありがとうリカさん、ありがとう。
オ、もう十分よ。もうやめて。私はあなたにお礼を言われるようなことは何もしてないもの。せめてこうして一緒にいてあげることが私にできるすべて。
ありがとう。
The sound of rain continues. Mion finally calms down enough to separate herself from Rika.
すみません、お見苦しいとこをお見せしちゃって。
ねえミオン、どうしてミオンは私と友達になってくれたの？
何ですか突然。
私ってさ、無口で存在感ないでしょ。面白い話なんかちっともできないし、無論友達なんか一人もいない。
Oh, so you're a loner in this version of the story, huh?
あの時ミオンが話しかけてくれたことが
Well, that and you're not revered by the village either, by extension.
嬉しかった。
そんなリカさん大行な。
ねえ教えて、どうして私に話しかけてくれたの？私より愉快な人は大勢いたはずでしょ。どうして私に話しかけてくれたの？
If I had to put it one way, it's kind of like, I would imagine it's kind of like putting in the cream in an Oreo cookie. It's different from the chocolatey bits of the cookie of the Oreo cookie themselves, but it complements the cookie. You're different enough to where your differences end up complementing Mion's her personality, her more upbeat personality. A kind of opposites attract sort of thing in this respect, but platonic. Okay, maybe that was a bit of a poor way to explain it, but you know what I'm trying to say, right?
それはですね、リカさんと私とは赤い糸で。
Or it could just be plain old lust on her part. I guess that's also an option.
真面目な話なの。教えて。
Rika stares into Mion's eyes with a stern look. Well, I mean, all joking, all in all due seriousness, if she's able to lust after Rika like this, given what she just went through, she surely can't be doing that bad right about now, right?
リカさん。
お願い。どうしても知りたいの。
怒んないでくださいよ。
怒らない。
リカさん、寂しそうだなーって。いっつも教室でポツンとしてて、誰も話しかけないし、なんか気の毒で、そういう気持ちで話しかけたんですよ。あ、今は違いますよ。今は一番の親友ですもん。私にもリカさんみたいな頃があったんですよ。
I find that hard to believe.
でもさ、人って結構残酷で、暗い顔してるとますます話しかけてくれなくなるんですよね。こっちは一人でもいいからお友達が欲しいのに。
ミオ。
だから同情なんかじゃなくて、リカさんとお友達になろうと決めたんです。じゃなかったらリカさんがかわいそうで。すみません。決してそういうつもりで言ったんじゃ。
Oh, now look what you did. You made Rika cry. Shame on you. Tears started streaming from Rika's eyes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree, Eden. This OST is actually pretty good. Tears start streaming from Rika. Oh, I just read that. Mion becomes shocked and confused.
ごめん。私が間違ってた。
どうしたんすか、リカさん。
私のたった一人のお友達なのに。ごめんなさい。
リカさん。
私はなんてことを。
Rika pulls a small ball of pills from her pocket and hands them to Mion. Huh?
逃げて。
Huh?
我慢できないくらい頭が痛くなったら一錠だけ飲むの。
Wait, what?
持って行って。
何の話ですか、リカさん。よくわかんないんですけど。
逃げて。どこでもいいから早く。
Hey, what's going on? What do you know? Run from what?
出るだって、どこへ。
とにかく自宅はダメ。
そんなこといきなり言われても。なんで。
どこでもいいから早く逃げて。
わけを教えてくださいよ、わけを。なんで私が逃げなくちゃいけないんですか。リカさんはどうすんですか。逃げないんですか。
あとは私が全部やるから。もう私のことは忘れて。
What do you mean take care of everything? What are you gonna do?
リカさん。
早く行って。早くしないとあいつらが。逃げて。
Wait. Is she aware of the men on the radio? Hey! Oh, holy shit! You look like an older version of Reina. You look like Irie, and I'm not sure about you. Hoshino and Okano suddenly reappear. Otoda and Oda appears as well, following behind Nita. Rika stands in front of Mion, shielding her.
逃がされては困ります。 リカさん。
来ないで。
警察の人ですよね。何の用でしょうね。
こいつらは警察なんかじゃないわ。
おお、お初にお目にかかります。あなたが園崎美音さんですね。
ええ、はい。どうも。
係長、すでに末期症状です。刺激しないように注意してください。
Terminal stage! That confirms it. She's got the bug.
自己紹介しましょう。私は新田博明と申します。厚生省保健医療局感染症対策課に勤務しています。こっちは岡野君。
岡野です。同じく感染症対策課に勤務しています。先ほどは警察と名乗りましたが。
Now, my friend. My not friend, rather. Impersonating an officer is against the law, last I checked. Even in Japan.
同じく感染症対策課の小田です。
同じく蛍田です。よろしく。星野です。よろしく、園崎さん。
星野主任は国立予防衛生研究所寄生虫部からの出向です。今回の件のスペシャリストとして派遣されています。
Vision the parasites. Specialists sent in to help them.
はあ。なんか今日はお役人のオンパレードですね。建設省に厚生省。
Oda definitely does have an aura.
省も来ますかね。
Honestly, all of them have an aura. Not a good one.
それは来ません。ご安心を。
帰って。ミオは渡さない。
リカさん、今さらそれは困ります。
なんか嫌な雰囲気なんですけど。なんすか？私になんかご用ですか？
おお、それはもちろんです。ミオンさんにぜひご協力いただきたいことがありまして、職員一同で出向かせてもらいました。無礼のほどはお許しください。
なんかVIP待遇って感じっすよね。なんか悪い気しないな。
VIP is probably one way to put it, but I don't think it's going to be boding well for you.
もちろんそうですとも。園崎さんには今後最高の待遇で当たらせていただきます。
やったねなんて言うわけないじゃん。バーカ。理由もなくうまい話が来るわけないでしょ。
Well, I guess I can take some small comfort in knowing you're not that naive.
おっしゃる通りです。ですが理由はあります。今からその理由を申し上げますので、どうか冷静にお聞きください。少々信じがたい話ですからね。星野さん、お願いします。
I can't wait to hear this.
南沢の方ですからご存知ですね。お社様のたたりの話は。
すみません。お社様の話はパスしたいんですけど。
時間は取らせませんよ。
結論から申し上げますと、お社様のたたりは実在します。先ほど建設省の職員が問死したのをご覧になったでしょ。あれがまさにそうです。
そんな。じゃあ吉村は何者なんですか？あいつは。
All the cryptic little things that Rika was saying to Yoshimura and Arakawa and the like earlier. Yeah, she knew all this right from the beginning, didn't she?
吉村充は本人の申請通りただのフリーライターです。
I was sure she would be that naive. Me too, honestly. So I'm a little pleasantly surprised about this.
そんなわけないでしょ。あいつが荒川さんを殺して通り魔殺人だって。あ いつが自分がやったって自分で言ったんですよ。
通り魔殺人は嘘です。部外者を連れ出すために用意した我々の嘘です。
だって吉村がそうだって自分で。
吉村は何もしていません。誰も殺してなんかいない。
Huh?
でも現に私が殺されかけたんですよ。あいつの変な力でお腹の中をかき回されて。
冷静に冷静に、最後までお聞きになってください。星野さん。
Wait, are you telling me that all that stuff was hallucinations after all?
タタリが実在すると申しましたが、当然このタタリにも正体があります。
虫？
極めて珍しい虫で、
Oh god, they look like
ヒナミ
ants.
ザワアリと呼んでいます。アリに姿が似ているんですよ。生態は全く異なりますが。
The Hinamizawa ant. Oh, yeah, no shit. I guess that does explain why they look like ants, because they literally look like ants.
ヒナミザワアリは信じられないことですが、脳に寄生します。寄生経路は今でもはっきりしません。
Okay, this shit's freaky.
無論、治療法も確立していない奇病です。
ああ、あんまり想像しない方がいいですよ。脳みその溝の部分に極小のアリがびっしり住み着いているなんて。
Yeah, I'll say. So Yoshimura was innocent. They took the poor man. That seems to be where they're going with this, I think. Yeah.
特殊な環境下でしか生きられず、ひなみ沢以外の土地では長生きできません。つまり、ひなみ沢土着の虫なのです。
そのなんとかアリって
はい。でも怖がることはありません。ひなみ沢一帯の住民の9割は規制されています。
What about the other 10% then? Why do they not have it?
でも日常生活を営む上で支障はないでしょ。立派な共生なんです。
でも気持ちよくないですよ。頭の中に変な虫が住んでるなんて。
There's some kind of you will eat the bugs joke in here somewhere, I think.
人間の体も一つの宇宙ですよ。すべてを否定はできません。
星野さん、脱線しています。
失礼。そしてこのアリには親虫がいます。
And let me guess. It's Rika.
アリたちは親虫から遠く離されると、つまり寄生された人間がひなみ沢を遠く離れると狂い出すのです。さまざまな脳内物質をデタラメに分泌し、宿主の人間の情緒を不安定にします。被害妄想を肥大させ、自分は誰かに監視されている、誰かに命を狙われているといった感情を膨らませていきます。最後には幻覚を見、幻聴を聞き、視界に入るすべてが自分の命を狙っているように感じます。この時、惨劇が起こるのです。自宅であれば家族を殺し、職場であれば同僚を殺そうとする。末期には自分の体内に異物がうごめいているように感じられるそうです。それらが喉元に込み上げてくるように感じ、犠牲者たちは喉をかきむしって死ぬのです。
Yeah, speaking of which, isn't it awfully convenient that Mion is, while still being apparently in the terminal stage, isn't currently stark raving mad right now and is perfectly lucid enough to be able to hear all this exposition being dumped on her right now? Very convenient, I must say.
恐ろしいでしょう。ですが、ひなみ沢に住んでいる限り安全なのです。
どれくらいの期間、どれくらいの距離を離れればアリが狂い出すのか、これは個人差が激しく一概には言えません。極端な例では ひなみ沢を離れた初日で発症した例があります。もちろん何年もひなみ沢を離れても発症しない人もいます。
So it varies from person to person, depending on, and also depending on their unique circumstances too.
その気持ち悪い話と私がどう関係あるんです？
一匹だけいる親虫。これの宿主が彼女。
Somebody pick up that telephone, 'cause I called it!
Huh?
私が近くにいると頭が痛くならないでしょう。変なものを見たり聞いたりってこともないでしょう。
Well, I guess that explains why she's okay right now then. So Rika is special in this version too. Yeah, apparently so.
もしもリカさんに何かがあって親虫が死んでしまったらどうなると思います？
Then, as is speculated in the main story, the entire village will go stark raving mad and then go on a mass slaughter spree. And probably also spread the chaos to other areas outside the village too, until they eventually expire.
ひなみ沢一帯に住む数万人のアリの宿主たちは一斉に発症するんですよ。町中の人間が一斉に恐ろしい大惨事になるでしょう。
町中の人間が殺し合う地獄のような光景になります。
What are you talking about city? I thought this was just a village that that barely had any houses in it. That was only able to house like a few hundred people or something.
ですから我々はリカさんの身の安全には最高の注意を払っています。リカさんにもしものことがあれば一大事です。
Wait a minute. So Rika knew all this stuff, and yet she'd have Mion try to run away from the village anyway, knowing that it would eventually lead her to going insane and possibly going on a killing spree and then killing herself in the process? I have no doubt you mean well, Rika, but I gotta ask, did you really think any of this through?
リカさんってすごいんだ。
ここで困った問題が2つ発生しました。一つはご存知の通り、ひなみ沢のダム計画です。
親虫はひなみ沢という極めて限られた環境でしか生きられません。ひなみ沢がダム湖に沈めば親虫の生きられる唯一の環境を破壊することになる。
この問題は上層部が対応中です。近日中にダム計画は撤回されるでしょう。
Well, ain't that awfully convenient?
もう一つが問題なのです。リカさんは生まれつき体が弱く、親虫の寄生に耐えられないんですよ。このままではリカさんは数年を待たずに衰弱死してしまうでしょう。これは大変なことです。
Well, dang.
親虫を健康な肉体に移植する必要があるんです。幸いに手術は容易です。ですが、親虫の適用できる宿主が難しい。
And let me guess. You want Mion to volunteer to be the new host for the Queen.
数万人に一人いるかいないかの適合者を探さなくてはならないのです。
ひょっとしてそれが
あなたです。 園崎さん。
Well, how about that? Looks like you're special in this version too, Mion.
あなたが適合者だと確定できたのはつい最近です。ですがあなたはすでに発症していた。
発症？
遊びに行ったでしょう、東京に。あなたは運悪くその時発症してしまったのよ。頭がガンガンするでしょ。夜眠れないでしょ。リカさんが近くにいないと奇怪な体験をするでしょ。あなたはもう末期なんです。現にあなたはさっき自分の喉をかきむしろうとした。
You seem very enthused at that prospect, Hoshino.
奇怪な体験って。じゃあ吉村が襲ってきたのは？
吉村が奇怪な行動をとったような幻覚を見ただけなの。吉村は何もしてない。あなたが一人で暴れ出しただけなのよ。
Well, how about that? I guess you were innocent all this time after all. Not gonna lie, I'm actually kind of disappointed about that, because even though the hallucinatory Yoshimura was honestly really fun to watch. Shame that he apparently doesn't exist.
そんな。じゃあおかしいのは。
That's right! You're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, Mion!
リカさん。
だから東京なんかに行っちゃダメって言ったのに。
私おかしくなって死んじゃうんですか？そんな。
大丈夫。私と一緒にいれば平気なの。私はずっとミオンのそばにいるわ。だから大丈夫。
I appreciate that you care enough to make that kind of sacrifice, Rika, but the logistics behind doing something like that long term, I mean, I surely don't need to go into detail as to why that could be a problem, right?
お風呂やお手洗いまで一緒に行けるわけじゃないでしょ。一生二人で寄り添って生きていくなんて不可能よ。
Yeah, there you go. That's only just the proverbial tip of the iceberg.
死ぬんですか？私死ぬんですか？
このままなら死にます。でも親虫の移植を受ければ助かります。リカさんも親虫を摘出されれば衰弱することもない。
Again, Rika, did you know she was actually terminal and you tried to get her to get out of town anyway? Please tell me that's not true, because then reckless and stupid would be the best way I could look at this. You were well-intentioned, but reckless and stupid. Otherwise, holy shit, you actually tried to get your friend killed for no reason, I guess? Again, I don't think that's what she was actually intending. I'm more inclined to think that this just was not thought out properly by her, but still.
リカさんからミオンさんに親虫を移植すれば二人とも助かるんです。
本当にそれで助かるんですね。
Why do I have a feeling it's not going to be that simple?
助かります。
リカさん。
ひいくるめられちゃダメ。こいつらはあなたを人間として扱う気なんか最初からない。
Oh boy, we got the creepy music going, and now Rika's doing a 180 on her demeanor. Is Mion hallucinating right now?
そんなことはありませんよ。あなたの協力がなければ 南沢の数万人の人々が犠牲になるんです。それをどうして粗末に扱いましょう。耳を貸しちゃダメ。よく思い出して。今日私と一緒に学校をサボって遊びに行ったでしょ。
学校をサボるってわざわざ公言するわけないじゃないですか。
つまり今日のあなたの動向を知る者は一人もいないってことよね。
そりゃそうですよ。誰にも言ってないんですから。
今日あなたが着てきてくれたその服、私がリクエストしたのよね。
リカさんがこの服が一番可愛いって言ってくれたからわざわざ着てきたんじゃないですか。
つまり今日のあなたの服装は事前に把握されていたってことよね。
Well, it would be, yeah.
そりゃそうですよ。リカさんのリクエストなんですから。
あなた学校でいつも東京に引っ越したい、逃げ出したいって話してたわよね。
いちいち覚えてないですよ。会うたびに言ってましたからね。
つまりあなたが東京に過度に憧れてることは誰もが知っている事実ってことよね。
リカさん、何の話なんですか？それとこれとどういう関係が？
今朝の9時にね、あなたの貯金全額引き出されてるのよ。偽造カードであなたと同じ服を着た。
Somebody committed identity theft on me? Where are they? I'll beat them with a stick.
何ですかそれ？だって暗証番号が。
あなた私に教えてくれたでしょ。誕生
誰ですか？私のお金取った人。
あなたよ。郵便局の防犯カメラにはあなたそっくりの子が映ってる。
Mion can't understand any of what's going on, and she totters away from Rika toward the center of the stage. Then her head begins to ache once more. Okay, so despite the fact that the Queen Carrier is right next to me, her head is throbbing, and I'm probably likely hallucinating right now as we speak, so somebody is lying to me. For sure.
東京行きの新幹線の中でね、あなたそっくりの子が切符をなくしたって言って。
About the Queen Carrier being able to actually alleviate symptoms, I mean. Somebody clearly is lying to me about that. Or maybe I'm super terminal.
結局切符は
Oh
見
wait,
つ
what
から
did
な
that
かった
say?
ね。車掌はその子の印象は強く持ったわ。東京ではね、何か所かの交番にあなたそっくりの子が現れるのよ。財布を落としたって大騒ぎしてね。住所氏名を聞こうとすると逃げちゃうのよ。おまわりさんは家出少女じゃないかと怪しんでね。今頃は周辺の交番にあなたの特徴を書いたファックスが回っているわ。
なんでそんなことを。
園崎美音は学校へは行かず、貯金をすべて引き出し新幹線に乗って東京に消えた。
Maybe you should run after all, Mion. Run as fast as your legs can carry you.
そういうことになってるのよ。あなた中学の時家出で補導歴もあるしね。
カなこと言わないでくださいよ。私は東京なんかじゃなくここにいるんですよ。
気づいてよ。これは罠なのよ。あなたを誘拐するための巧妙な罠。こいつらは最初からあなたを人間扱いする気なんかない。あなたの脳みそにしか興味がないのよ。あなたは研究材料にされるだけ。嘘だ。
Poor Mion. She's being put through several freaking mind screws in a row. I wouldn't fault her at all if she needed to take a huge long nap after all is said and done here, assuming of course that she ends up surviving this.
こいつらは厚生省なんて名乗ってるけど、実際の所属は違う。こいつらは国家。
結構。リカさんの態度は分かりました。少々態度を変えさせてもらいます。園崎さん、すべてリカさんの言う通りなんですよ。我々はあなたの脳みそにしか興味がない。
Okay, I guess they're just gonna admit it. Okay. 嘘だ。
辛いでしょ。手術すれば楽になるわ。さあ、私たちを受け入れて。いやー、研究材料にされるなんて。いやー。
Well, I think guinea pig is probably the wrong analogy to use here. I'd say human ant farm is probably more appropriate.
ミオン、私から離れないで。症状が進んでしまう。
リカさんが誘拐劇の重要な役割を率先して果たしたことをお忘れなく。
むしろ今回の作戦を提案したのは彼女の方です。
リカさん。リカさんは親虫の負担に耐えきれなくなってね、誰かに親虫を移植できないかって提案したの。
調査の結果、あなたが適合者だということが分かる。
I'm laughing because I honestly can't believe all the twists and turns that I'm being subjected to right now.
しかし誘拐の前段階として、あなたとリカさんが接触しても不自然でないよう友人関係を結んでおく必要があった。
でもその努力は必要なかった。あなたからリカさんに接触してくれたから。何言ってやがる。
園崎さんとリカさんが友人になったのは偶然ではない。作為的なものなんだよ。
それは違う。
Oh my god.
偶然じゃなかったかもしれない。でも本当にミオンのことが好きになったの。
You really expect me to believe you now? After a betrayal like this?
ミオンの笑い顔を見るだけでどれだけ救われたことか。
リカさんの世まいごとに耳を貸す必要はない。死にたくなかったら我々に従うことだ。協力的な態度さえ取ってくれれば我々も君を好意的に扱うことを約束する。
こいつらについていってはダメ。ミオン。うっせえよ。頭がガンガンするってのに。
さあ園崎さん、あなたも助かる。リカさんも助かるんだ。どこにためらう理由があります。
痛いよ。痛い。助けて。末期症状です。確保してください。ミオン。
The moment the men spring forth to capture Mion, she jumps into the air and cartwheels and twists their necks around, snapping their spines in two. Like a ninja. Rika grabs hold of Mion and puts a knife she drew from somewhere against Mion's throat. Never mind. The moment she does, the men simultaneously draw their guns. You are having the worst day ever right now, Mion, and I legitimately feel sorry for you.
私たちを解放して。さもないとミオンを殺すわよ。
バカな真似はやめろ。
そう。私はバカだった。毎晩嫌な夢にうなされ衰弱していく自分。プライバシーもなくこいつらの研究材料としてもてあそばれる日々。嫌だった。抜け出したかったの。適合者が見つかった時これで苦しみから解放されると思った。私はその時あなたをこいつらの生贄に差し出すことに同意した。
You can't trust anybody.
でも間違ってた。ミオンは適合者なんかじゃない。生贄なんかじゃない。私のたった一人の親友なんだもん。リカさん、あなたのことを親友なんて呼ぶ資格はあなたに会った時からなかったの。ごめん。そんなことないよ。リカさんは親友だよ。ミオン。
園崎さん、冷静になって考えてください。あなたがリカさんと心中すればひなみ沢一帯の数万人も道連れになるのです。手術を受け入れればあなたたちが助かるだけじゃない、その数万人も助かるのです。
And what's your guarantee of that exactly?
いいじゃないですか。手術。リカさんだって。
Sorry for saying you laughed more than she. Well, I mean, she kind of did, to be fair. I mean, it's okay to feel both annoyance and sympathy towards the same person, I feel.
ミオン、あいつらの言うことに騙されてはダメ。よく考えて。あいつらはどうしてお社様に寄生されないの？あいつらはね、とっくに治療薬を開発してるのよ。
Probably to turn into a biological weapon of war, if I had to guess.
あいつらはね、治療以外の目的のために研究を。
めったなことは言わないでもらいましょう。リカさんの言っておられる行為は国際法でいかなる研究も開発も禁じられています。
And when has that ever stopped megalomaniacs from developing WMDs?
我が国は国連加盟の法治国家ですよ。そんな真似はしません。
do not get me started on this. Please don't.
親虫は私が飼うわ。私が死ぬまでの 2,3 年間で寄生されてる人みんなを治療できるはずよ。
ですから治療薬はないんですよ。
ミオ ンを治して治せるくせに治さないなら殺すわよ。痛いよ。大丈夫、私が助けてあげる。しっかり。
At this point, I think I'd be perfectly content just saving myself because I can't trust anybody around me. They're all either bad actors or they're people I thought were bad actors but have now been very inconveniently taken away from me and thus unable to do anything to help me. It's clear I'm on my own here, so let me just do what the Lord himself would want me. Help myself before I help others. Now unhand me and let me help myself.
治すには手術しかありません。
助けて、リカさん。薬を、イオンを治して、お願い。もう園崎さんは持ちません。
小田君。 外すな。
Oh boy.
私を撃つつもり。死後12時間、遺体の脳内でアリが生存することは確認済みです。
Oh, come on! Then why didn't you just pull your guns out and... Never mind. Never mind.
どの道親虫さえ取り出せば。
I'm just gonna roll with it.
切りすぎた人間だ。
For now. Until you decide to throw an even stupider little twist my way. I will say this much though. Here's a problem with what you just said. If Mion is the only other person you've been able to find in the village that is a compatible carrier for the queen, if she dies too, then you're still screwed. And so is everyone else in the village, to be for that matter. But I mean, at this point, could you consider this like maybe a form of mass euthanasia? Maybe. Okay, not really. I know it wouldn't really qualify like that by any stretch here. I'm just joking. I'm not suggesting that we should just casually murder an entire village here. But I mean, I don't see any other way out of this. So, I mean, it looks to me like everybody in this village is kind of screwed at this point. Unless Hanyu decides to make a surprise Deus Ex appearance and save the day. Or something to that effect. I mean, we did see her outline earlier. I mean, if she's gonna appear, now would be as a prime time as any, I would imagine. Oda takes careful aim, and then light flashes from his handgun. Rika meets her end with a single shot straight through her chest. Oh, shit. You killed my backstabbing former best friend! Mion nimbly snatches the knife away from Rika and readies herself. The men all aim their guns at her. Yeah, go ahead, shoot me, please! Shoot yourselves in the proverbial foot, why don't you? Make it easier on me!
リカさんを殺したら落ち着いて園崎さん、私たちは誰も殺してないわよ。それが幻覚なのよ、末期少女なのよ。
Don't believe your lying eyes. We did not in fact shoot Rika. It's all in your head. All in your bug-ridden head.
お前らが殺したんだ。殺してやる。
冷静に冷静に、全て幻覚だ。ナイフを捨てろ。
黙れ黙れ。殺してやる、殺してやる。
Mion leaps at Oda and shoves her knife into his stomach. Oda falls and curls up on the spot.
貴様。
殺してやるぞ、殺してやるぞ。リカさんを殺した奴らは皆殺しにしてやる。
落ち着け、落ち着くんだ。園崎君。
Yeah. Yeah, tell her to calm down now while she's like this. What could possibly go wrong with that? It's not like that would totally enrage her even more or something. Mion leaps forward and stabs him.
この野郎。
Okano grabs hold of Mion from behind. During their grapple, Mion's knife pierces his neck. Okano falls back, clutching his throat. Otana screams and tries to flee. Yet Mion catches her and shoves her blade into her back. Now it's my turn to backstab, bitch! Hoshino then falls to the ground, trembling.
リカさんを殺したのは誰だ。畜生、畜生、畜生。殺してやる、殺してやる、殺してやる。
God damn it, where's some popcorn when I need it some? This is perfect.
園崎さん、落ち着いて。私たちは何もしてないわ。本当よ。あなたが
This is prime entertainment right here.
暴れているだけなのよ。うるせえよ。リカさんを返せよ。
Well, you sunk her ship, so I mean, God help you is all I can say. And by ship, I mean the Yuri ship. Although thinking about it now, you did a lot more than that technically, now did you? So, yeah, again, God have mercy on you because she certainly won't. She springs onto Hoshino and stabs the knife deep into her stomach. Corpses are piled up all around her. The sound of heavy rain is accompanied by Mion's heavy breathing as her shoulders shudder with each breath. You couldn't have found a better sprite to use, considering what just happened just a couple seconds ago. At least make her look crazed or something. Use the teary and use the angry, distraught, teary-faced one. Use a variant of that that's got a few blood spatters on her. Something. You're making her look like as though she just stepped on an ant or something. No pun intended or something or whatever. It just does not look appropriate. She regains her senses and slowly approaches Rika.
Rika-san. 起きてくださいよ。そろそろ帰りましょうよ。
Once again, worst day ever. A bright red light shines down on the stage. Mion weeps and screams. Well, holy shit! Speak of the devil, look who's finally saying something.
Mika-san! Mika-san!
ねえミオンさん、今度こそ私が解放してあげましょう。
Interesting. Her voice sounds like as though it's shifting into different people's voices or something. There's some kind of weird effect on the voice line.
ミカさんに合わせて合わせてよ。
会いたい？会いたいですか？会いたい。いいでしょう。合わせてあげましょう。近藤さんも柿沼さんも森さんも加藤さんも、そして荒川くんも会いました。
It almost sounds like as though she's speaking through a megaphone or something, but from far away.
あなたにも合わせてあげましょうとも。
合わせてよ。合わせてよ。ミカさん。
There's a loud crack of thunder. The stage flashes bright, then goes dark. Only the gentle sound of rain continues. A long silence follows. Steadily, the stage grows lit. Only Mion and Rika are present. Mion is sleeping with her head in Rika's lap.
起きちゃった？
Oh, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare tell me that you're pulling it was all just a dream shit on me. Don't you fucking dare.
頭痛い。
まだ薬が効いてこない？もう少し寝てていいのに。
リカさん。リカさんなんですよね。
他の誰に見える？
Kinda, yeah, actually. Compared to how I normally see you everywhere else.
リカさん。リカさん。リカさん。
Mion clings to Rika. Rika is confused for a moment, then gently hugs her back.
本当にリカさんなんですよね。リカさんなんですよね。
私はここよ。ここにいるわ。悲しい夢を見たの。
Sad does not really encapsulate it all, to be honest. I think tragic is probably a better word I'd use. Okay, so here's my question. When exactly did she fall asleep then? Was it when you first presented the pills? Right before all those people showed up? So was everything from that point onward a dream? Or was it much sooner before then? When exactly did she fall asleep? How much of what we were just subjected to actually happened? Rika hugs Mion with an affectionate expression.
落ち着いた？
はいどうもすみません。
ねえミオ、あなたを起こすの悪いと思ってね。バスを一本見送っちゃったの。
And to add further insult to injury, we even missed the damn bus. On top of everything else. Shitman from on high is taking a shit on us from the heavens above. And it's coming down, 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 and it's on my head. That's how I feel right now.
そんじゃ次のバスはいつ来るんですか？
もう待つの嫌でしょ。ねえ、歩いていかない？近道を通っていけばそんなに時間はかからないと思うの。
って私たち傘ないですよ。振りは幾分弱くなったようですけど。
私と雨の中を歩くの嫌い？
After what you subjected me to, the betrayal that you inflicted me with, whether it was real or imaginary, you bet your thick bottom I'm going to use you as a human umbrella on the way back. So prepare to get wet. And it won't be because we're entering Yuri land, I can tell you that much.
とんでもない。リカさんのためならたとえ火の中水の中いいでしょう。頭申し上げますわ。
本当にいいの？傘がないからずぶ濡れになるわよ。
Oh no, I'll be dry. I'm gonna hold you up with a fireman carry. You're the only one who's gonna get wet here.
もちろん。
泥だらけになるわよ。
覚悟の上です。
If I get mud on my shoes, I'll kick them right up to your face.
風邪をひくかもね。
If I catch a cold, I'll pass it on to you through a lip kiss.
雨ですから。
What's this music? Both of them stand there for a moment.
私がずっとそばにいてあげるから。
Well, at least we get to see a little bit of cake at the end.
離れないどころか密着してたいですわ。
それでいいわ。行きましょう。
Rika starts walking, still holding Mion shoulder. Mion is nervous and her heart is racing. Come on, man, do a fireman carry!
なんかいつもと雰囲気違う。
行きましょう。二人もどこへだって行ける。
The stage gradually fades to black. After a moment, there's a beep signaling a radio call.
本部より待機中の全車へ。目標はバスに乗車せず。繰り返す。目標はバスに乗車せず。
偵察班より本部へ。停留所お抜けのからです。
What?
出しました。街道をすべて封鎖しろ。繰り返す。街道をすべて封鎖。市内へ逃がすな。生かしたまま捕らえろ。
What is even happening? What the fuck kind of ending was that? They actually pulled in all, it was all a dream on me. And then they add that little, and then we missed the bus. And then they add that little stinger at the end, showing that the bad guys were indeed real and they're coming after us. And they should have just ended it right at the end of her rampage, and just have her die or something, and had Mion die, and then have, you know, a user report or something. Just give a summary of what happened after the fact. Yeah, it'd be a tragic ending, but it would feel more thematically consistent with everything that had led us to that point. This is just bullshit. Just a cheap way to just tack on a possible happy ending at the end. And it just doesn't make any sense. So, my own feelings on the ending aside. Whew. I was not expecting this to have as many twists and turns and thrills that it ended up having. Holy shit. I thought the most we would get out of this is just doing a basic premise setup of the entire story that we come to know in chapter 1 of the original story proper. Just, different in a few areas, and then leave it at that. A pretty uneventful affair, but no. We were just given one hell of a ridiculous roller coaster from start to finish. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I was enjoying it. Especially when Yoshimura entered the scene. But then it just kept going. It just kept going. More and more twists. It's like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. What a twist! But then they ruin it with the ending. It was all a dream shit. Like, look, I like happy endings just as much as the next guy, but come on! From a storytelling perspective, I felt it would have worked better if it ended on a tragic note. And then just maybe just change the stinger to leaving it open-ended, where, hey, all this weird shit that's going on in Hinamizawa and all that, it's not over. There's still some nefarious happenings going on. I don't know how they would word it exactly, but although, thinking about now, when the real bad guys showed up and then just started explaining everything about the Hinamizawa ant thing and all that, I should have probably figured out then where, at least on some level, where things were heading. And I thought I did. I thought it was going to end on, well, to be fair, I thought I did. I thought it was going to end on a tragic note. And then just have a much different stinger like the one I just outlined. But no, it was all just a dream. But just... Wow. I will say, if not for the ending, this would have been a surprisingly pretty solid little arc for me. Truly, it would have been. And I also think it would have been better. It would have been better if Yoshimura wasn't just a hallucination every time he acted antagonistic towards us, but he was, like I was initially beginning to suspect after a while, that he was basically Bus Stop's version of Takano, and he was intentionally fucking around with everybody, probably because he was trying to set up situations where infectees of Hinamizawa syndrome, or Hinamizawa antism in this case, whatever you want to call it, caused all of them to go crazy, so he'd have research material. But at least it would make sense. At least in my head, it made sense to me to think of him that way, because where else did the idea for Takano and the twists relating to her in the main story would have come from? It's obvious that's where it had to have come from. at least in part. It was obvious that at least her personality was inspired by these hallucinatory sections with Yoshimura. But whatever. I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big a deal. But yeah, I think Yoshimura. I guess what I'm really trying to say here is Yoshimura. I think would have worked better if he was the sole antagonist of the story, or at the very least, maybe he was working with the other bad guys too. You know, and he was in on the operation. Maybe he was just a rogue agent or something that was trying to cause Mion and the other guys to go crazy because he's just simply more obsessed with the research than his coworkers were. I think that would have probably worked better personally. So that way, Yoshimura just feels like he worked better as an actual antagonist in the story than the other guys did. But maybe that's just me. So I do have some problems with some aspects of how this story played out, especially towards the end. But I'm not gonna. But besides that, I really did enjoy this arc. I think a 7. I would probably rate it a 7 or an 8 out of 10. And for a one-shot story, yeah. I think I'll definitely need to sit and stew on this one for a bit, because, you know, I'm still fresh off this thing, so I'm still trying to process everything. Mainly trying to figure out exactly what the hell just happened at the end. I mean, I know what happened. It was all a dream, but I'm just trying to make sense of everything, try to figure out all the finer details, you know? So I'm probably gonna have to take some time on my own to figure that stuff out. But for what it was a lot more entertaining than I thought it was going to be, and I got commended for that, if nothing else. It kind of makes me wish in a way that we could have seen another version of Higurashi using this as a basis. Even if it wouldn't end up playing out exactly the same way, with these characters, with these particular details of the story, with these particular versions of the characters. It definitely, if nothing else, did a very good job of putting a huge what if in my mind in regards to how Higurashi could have originally shaped out to be, if it more closely followed what was set up here in Bus Stop. But I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed the version of Higurashi when they cried that we ended up getting in the end, for sure. But now I'm just curious. What kind of timeline ended up getting this as the whole main story instead, you know? Maybe Hanyu transferred Mion to another world. Well, maybe. But that's assuming, of course, that at this stage, the whole transferring the world bit actually worked that way, because the whole idea behind Bus Stop is it's meant to basically be the concept story for what would eventually shape into Higurashi When They Cry, as we know it. So this was, again, the genesis of the entire franchise right here. So who can really say if Ryushiki really thought that far ahead with that particular detail at this stage? And that was honestly half the fun for me when it came to Bus Stop, is just me trying to make all the comparisons I could with all the various little details and intricacies between the characters, the story that we saw in Bus Stop, compared to what we see in the actual canon story proper. and I do think I could see a lot of where a lot of the ideas that we see in the actual story came from character archetypes. Like, I'm pretty sure I got a good idea of where Takano and Tomotage came from, for example, in terms of their designs, their roles, personality traits, and all that. That's just one example. Like, I could see the DNA that would bits and pieces of the DNA that would shape the actual story that as we know it. But it was comparing those similarities with all the differences that made it fun, and just really makes for a lot of fun what if scenarios in your head. Like, what could this story have been like if it was more closely in tone with this? But alas, that's not the timeline we're living in, clearly. It's interesting that we didn't see someone who is similar to Keiichi in this version. He was the main character of the main story most of the time. Yeah, that is true. Maybe Ryoshiki didn't actually conceive of Keiichi yet by that point. That might explain it. That's the only thing I could think of. Because depending on how early in, you know, the creator development stages, for lack of a better term, that bus stop was in Ryoshiki's mind as he made it, Keiichi may have not have even existed yet. I think they left it ambiguous. They wanted to leave it ambiguous. Well, I mean, yeah. That was clearly what they were going for with the ending with Bus Stop here. They wanted to leave it ambiguous as to whether or not they could actually escape or have a happy ending. And then now that I think about it, if the village is still at risk, if the queen carrier of the Hinamizawa ant colony or whatever leaves, then, well, that still presents a problem of that, okay, you two leave the village, but aren't you kind of dooming the rest of the village by leaving? So yeah, it's not perfect. Like I said, there's a couple issues where if I really stop to think about them, I do have a few problems with some aspects of Bus Stop's story, but it was still a surprisingly entertaining ride almost from start to finish. And I definitely do not regret my time with it at all. Again, 7 or 8 out of 10, for sure. So with all that finally being said, as far as my initial impressions of Bus Stop are concerned, next time we come back to Hinamizawa, if we do, again, depends on what happens with the whole YouTube thing. I'm trying to be hopeful. Believe me, I really am. But when or if I come back to this, I'm going to try to assume when, we're going to start the Kashimashi chapter, or the follow-up to the Outbreak chapter. It's the last arc that we currently have available right now, so unless and there's also the Omake thing here too, so I guess we might want to check that out at some point as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Kashimashi and seeing how the story in Outbreak will end up playing out. They definitely set up something interesting there, so yeah, I do wonder how this latest grand finale for Higurashi is going to end up finishing things off this time. Only for it to be reset again, and just in time for Higurashi When They Cry Go! Yeah, I know I've said this before to probably some of the people tuning in right now and other people outside the stream. It seems to me like Higurashi might be one of those series that can't, for the life of it, seem to figure out how it wants to actually end. For better or worse. Although I would argue that's probably worse. But that's a discussion for a whole another time. So, for everybody who tuned in today, I hope that you enjoyed yourselves and enjoyed today's stream. I most certainly did. Again, it turned out to be a lot more fun than I expected it to be. And I hope that the next time we come back to this, the next arc will end up being just as exciting as this one. Or at least close to it, if nothing else. So, Monday is the next day I'm thinking of trying to shoot for in regards to when I'm going to do another stream. So I think I'm going to make that a Steins Gate day. And it'll probably be sometime in the afternoon hours for me here, but obviously, of course, if something ends up changing on my end in regards to my schedule, then I'll try to give you guys some kind of heads up. But this next week is proving to be an especially busy one for me. I only got Monday and Sunday of next week in regards to having any actual off days from my day job, and then that's not getting to other things I have to take time for even on my off days. So I'm just swamped right now with a lot of stuff, and frankly, I'm getting frustrated by it. Frustrated with my job, frustrated with the increasingly lacking amount of time I have to do a lot of things I want to be doing right now, but yeah, I'm not going to get into it right now. So, but the important thing is Monday is what I'm going to try to shoot for our next stream, and we're going to be doing Steins Gate next time. So, for those of you who are interested or want to tune in for Steins Gate, I will hopefully see you guys Monday. And if not, then I'll see you all again whenever I see you, for whatever you decide to tune in for. So have a good night, everybody, and take care.